Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we are live. Welcome to today's show, folks. Welcome back to the broadcast. My name is Matt Morris. I am your host. Today, we are going to be doing a little bit of a special Sunday edition, cozy, all day, probably 4, maybe 5 hour long broadcast. And the reason why is because President Trump is going to be attending. There's a big event today. It is the Navy's, the U.S. Navy. It is their 250th anniversary today. And so we've got some events on the schedule here, and we're going to be breaking all of it down and tuning in and watching all of it today together. So first off, this is why we're going live right now, this early in the morning, afternoon if you're on the East Coast. This is East Coast time. So in about 22 minutes from now, the President and the First Lady of the United States of America are going to be observing a naval sea power demonstration. Now, what I'm hearing is that President Trump, in honor and celebration of the Navy's 250th anniversary, he's going to be making some pretty big announcements, probably relating to the U.S. military, plans for the Navy. Now we have the Department of War. And so I would suppose it's all U.S. military related. And then about 2.5 hours after that, like I said, we're going to be here all afternoon. The president himself is getting up and giving a big speech, once again in celebration of the Navy's 250th anniversary. I would suspect that this right here at 3:30 p.m. Eastern is when President Trump is actually going to be making some of his announcements and sharing his news with us. But I believe, I think, I'm almost positive there is going to be what is effectively a big military naval display, a big celebration. And so we're going to be tuning in together. This was a couple months ago. There was that big military parade in Washington, D.C., and we watched that. Maybe it's going to be something kind of like that, but instead of on land, it's going to be on the water. Probably something like that. So, folks, I think today's going to be a fun, kind of relaxing afternoon broadcast here. Maybe nothing too crazy is going to be happening. We're also going to be doing a recap of everything that has been going on around the country, going on in Portland and Chicago. We're going to be keeping tabs on that. We have a lot to talk about because after I ended yesterday's broadcast late in the evening, we had some more updates coming out. We have members of the Trump administration. I need to turn on the air conditioning. It's getting too hot in here. Sorry. I'm only human. It's too hot. And anyway, we had some members of the Trump administration that have been making the media circuit, giving their thoughts on the current state of the country, really namely Chicago and Portland, and upcoming troop deployments. And so we're going to talk about that today also. Now, President Trump this morning gave us a little bit of an update on what's going to be going on today at this naval event. President Trump, about an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, he said, "It will be a big day with the Navy. Leaving now," this is when he left the White House to go to the event, "the United States has the greatest military by far in the world. This will be a show of naval aptitude and strength," he says. "Enjoy watching." So I think we are going to have a big show. I think it's going to be a fun day. You know, some of these broadcasts we do here, we're covering kind of crazy news. I think today is going to be a fun day. Okay, so folks, what do you say over the next half hour? We spend some time kind of recapping everything that has been going on in Portland and Chicago. We saw some of this yesterday. Some of this is new. I want to do a little bit of a recap. Once again, real quick. Today, guys, today is going to be a very low-key, relaxed day. So everybody let your hair down, relax, kick your feet up. It's Sunday afternoon. Some weeks I take Sundays off. I said, you know what? I'd rather hang out with you guys and have a nice show than take the entire day off. I'll take the evening off, but today I'm with you guys. So everybody, thank you all for being here very much. Thank you for tuning in. This is one scene to come out of Portland, Oregon yesterday afternoon. ICE posted a video of literally rolling this person into the ICE facility. Take a look at this. Okay. Oh, sorry, I can't play the music because it's going to get the broadcast demonetized with some copyright issues. So we're not going to play the music, but this did happen. We have the footage at least. They put this Antifa freak on this roller, and they're rolling them into the back room of the ice facility. This person refused to walk. Good grief. What are people saying about this? The soundtrack, I was not ready for that. They see me rolling. They hatin'. This, of course, is what happened yesterday. Right in front of the Portland ice facility. We had DHS Black Hawk helicopters flying overhead. Take a look at this. With drones. Yeah. Get a hobby, man. Read a book. Read a book. Go spend time with your family, with your loved ones. Go to church. Do, I don't know, anything, literally anything other than this. What are you doing? Go watch a movie. We've got Grandpa with his roller out here. Come on. Come on. I think these people are just LARPing. Do you guys know what the word LARP means? It means live action role play. You have this chick here with the gas mask and her gay pride sweater. She has on her backpack, she's got the trans flag. I've seen her before. She's got the Ukrainian flag, the Palestine flag. You know exactly what's going on here. And she's walking around as the gas is going out. Medic! Medic! She is LARPing. It's just like a big game of pretend. They're just playing pretend. They're like a bunch of infants. Yeah. Back it up. So this was yesterday in Portland. Now, yesterday they did end up making numerous arrests in front of the Portland ICE facility. This is right across the road of the Portland facility. There was a big sign here that said, "Abolish ICE," right across the road of the ICE facility. They stepped out here and ripped the sign off the fence. Take a look at that. You know what? I realize it still says Portland Andy. That's from last night. Apologies. My bad. I forgot to get rid of that. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're on top of everything. We are so proud. Okay, so you've got some signs over here that says, "We are so proud of you. Salute." All right, that one can stay up. Okay. However, this sign that says "Abolish ICE," rip it down. Rip it down. And you know what? Good. And you know what? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, real quick, yes or no question. Are you proud of these ICE agents in the country? I think so. I think they're doing a good job. I think they're doing a good job so far. If anything, I just want to see more arrests. I just want to see an even more serious crackdown against these Antifa freaks, against these illegal aliens. Now, Stephen Miller chimes in after the events of last night in Portland and Chicago. Stephen Miller, he says, "Legal insurrection. The president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, not an Oregon judge. An Oregon judge is not the commander of the armed forces. Portland and Oregon law enforcement, at the direction of local leaders, have refused to aid ICE officers facing relentless terrorist assault." The words we choose when talking about these people, very important. You must call them what they really are. They are terrorists. Terminologically, they are terrorists. Stephen Miller is very good. He blah, 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 blah. Stephen Miller always uses the proper word here. I appreciate that. These are terrorists. Relentless terrorist assault. That is what this is, and threats to life. There are more local law enforcement officers in Portland than there are guns and badges in the FBI nationwide. This is an organized terrorist attack on the federal government and its officers, and the deployment of troops is an absolute necessity to defend our personnel, our laws, our government, public order, and the public itself. You guys know that yesterday afternoon, a judge in the Oregon District Courts, federal judge, issued a ruling saying that Trump is actually not allowed to deploy the National Guard. Trump tried to deploy 200 National Guard to Portland. Guess what? Another radically progressive judge in the federal judiciary got involved and said, this is Judge Immergut is her name. I'll pull her up just so you guys can put a face to this. This is Judge Immergut. This is her right here. And so anyway, she got involved yesterday and said, actually, President Trump, I know you're the commander-in-chief. I know that you are democratically elected by the American people to be the commander-in-chief, but actually, you're not allowed to deploy the National Guard to combat domestic terrorists in the streets of Portland. You need to go through me first. Yeah, so this is obviously going to go to the Supreme Court. President Trump, his team here, his legal team, they've been pretty good at bumping issues like this up to the Supreme Court. This is one that most certainly will. Now, that means it's going to take a couple weeks or a couple months to go through, I would imagine, but it's possible that by the end of the year, by January 2026, Trump will have free reign to deploy the National Guard against domestic terrorists. I think that's the way this is going. So it's not going to happen today. It didn't happen yesterday, but I think Trump is going to get Supreme Court approval to do this. By the way, not only in Portland, but wherever domestic terrorists arise all across the country, and there's a lot of domestic terrorists across the country. Stephen Miller, I saw he retweeted something a little bit interesting yesterday. Another user named Will Chamberlain, he posted this. He said, the state of Oregon, its government, the mayor of Portland, even Judge Immergut, are all openly rebelling against the lawful and legitimate authority of the United States federal government. Stephen Miller retweeted this. Is that going to bring me back? No, I don't think it is. But anyway, Stephen Miller retweeted that, so you can kind of get clued into the mindset. How are they feeling? What are they thinking inside of the Trump administration here? Yeah, they very clearly do not hold the Governor Tina Kotek of Oregon, the Portland City Mayor, or this judge here, Immergut, in high regard. They don't. But this sort of conflict was not only happening in Portland, Oregon yesterday, it was also happening in Chicago. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, a.k.a. Jabba the Hutt, he weighed in on what happened yesterday. We watched a little bit of that yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening. Take a look at what Pritzker had to say this morning. Take a look.
DHS says that CBP officers shot and wounded a woman in Chicago yesterday after, they say, she allegedly rammed a law enforcement vehicle and agents were boxed in by multiple cars. The spokesperson for DHS, Tricia McLaughlin, accused Chicago police of leaving the scene and refusing to assist agents in securing the area. What do you know about this incident? Were federal agents boxed in and assaulted?
Well, we don't have a lot of facts. What happens in these sorts of incidents is typically ICE puts out a press release before anybody else can speak with the press, and then it gets reported on social media and elsewhere. Remember, these are the same folks who killed a person, unarmed person, just a couple of weeks ago in Franklin Park. At first, they said that the officer had been threatened with his life. The reality of it and the truth of it has now come out, and that wasn't the case. They killed somebody. So here, it's really hard to know exactly what the facts are, and they won't let us access the facts. They are just putting out their propaganda, and then we've got to later determine what actually happened.
So Governor Pritzker here is maintaining the stance that Chicago doesn't have a problem. Chicago is a perfectly nice, healthy, functioning city They don't have any issues whatsoever. Most certainly not a crime issue. Most certainly not a Tren de Aragua Venezuelan narco terror gang issue. Most certainly not an issue with illegal aliens. Of course, all of these things are issues. President Trump, thank God, has sent in the DHS and ICE to really start cracking down on this. Just the other day, I talked about this in the video that I made yesterday morning. ICE carried out a really elaborate raid on a Tren de Aragua narco terror compound. Literally, they had an entire apartment building. The entire building, like hundreds of units, was being occupied by Tren de Aragua, and they ended up arresting 37 Tren de Aragua gang members. In fact, while we are talking about that, let me see if I can pull up the report on that, because that was pretty impressive what they did just the other day. Chicago. Folks, if you're tuning in, welcome to our kind of cozy Sunday edition of the broadcast. Yeah, here it is. Folks, in how long do we have? In about 17 minutes, President Trump is going to be going live with the U.S. Navy. They're having some massive naval military celebration event. It's the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy. And so that's going to be starting here pretty soon. President Trump issued a statement this morning real quick just to let everybody know what's going on today. He said, about 2 hours ago, he said, it'll be a big day with the Navy. The Navy has the greatest military. The United States has the greatest military by far in the world. This will be a show of naval aptitude and strength. Enjoy watching. It will be broadcast everywhere. It seems as if President Trump is also going to be making some type of big announcement today as it relates to the military, to the Navy. We now have the Department of War. So I think it's gonna be a nice spectator show today. I think it'll be sort of like a military show. Maybe some flyovers and who knows what they're gonna do. But beyond that, I believe we will also be getting some breaking news today, some type of big breaking announcement. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. This is that ICE raid that took place a couple days ago in Chicago, featuring everyone's favorite, Tren de Aragua. I need to crank up the audio on this one. Some of these are super quiet.
300 federal officials to that apartment complex. Some even rappelled down from Blackhawks onto the rooftop in order to help secure that perimeter. Now, they were searching for suspected members of the violent Venezuelan gang, Tren de Aragua. Of course, TDA has been designated as a terrorist organization under the Trump administration. Now, it was the biggest show of force that we've ever seen on the ground here. We had agencies, FBI, Border Patrol, ICE, and ATF all involved here, and they were all looking for targets in that same exact building. It was a 5-story building. It was a tall task for them, and anything could have gone wrong. But luckily,
very dangerous. Imagine trying to clear out this building. It is infested with narco terrorists, Tren de Aragua. You know they are violent. You know they are killers. The entire building is under their control. And you're part of ICE here. You got to crack down on this. Very dangerous job. She said that they had ICE agents or maybe DHS agents, jumping out of helicopters on top of the roof.
the operations went pretty smoothly. Preliminary reports show that about 30 illegal immigrants were arrested in this operation, some of them suspected Tren de Aragua. Now, we talked with Chief Gregory Bovino, who's running the operations on the ground for many of these ops in Chicago, and he had some words for people that are pushing back against his operations. Take a listen.
How about you live in the apartment next door to Tren de Aragua members that are trafficking and prostitution, guns, drugs, and taking advantage of American citizens in a violent way? Why don't you live next to them and then see how much of a Gestapo or a Nazi we are?
Yeah, and so of course, you know, members of the far left, all the liberals in the U.S., they themselves do not want to live by narco-trafficking Tren de Aragua gang members, but they're more than happy to force you to do it. You, conservative American, you get to live by. Your neighbors are now going to be Tren de Aragua gang members. All the liberals that are actually voting for that, well, this is where they live. They've got their nice, cushy, gated community. They say, oh, we love our illegal aliens. We're going to open up the border. We're going to let them all into the country. Well, listen, You're super far away from the. You're not on the front line right by the border. First off, you're living up north, maybe up in the Seattle suburbs or the Portland suburbs, far away. You've got your cushy gated community. You don't have to deal with the ramifications of your radical progressive ideology, of the consequences of the way that you're voting. A lot of people do. A lot of people do, Pritzker, and it's a problem the American people have decided. Now, looks like a nice neighborhood though. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem this morning demolished Governor Pritzker. Now, here's the thing. If I believe I'm right about this, Kristi Noem actually made a much longer appearance on Fox News this morning talking about all of this. What do you say, instead of watching the 33-second long clip, why don't we just watch the entire Kristi Noem interview? Yeah, why don't we just watch this entire thing, folks? I mean, we've got about 10 minutes until Trump comes on out, so let's just play the entire. I want to hear what she had to say.
Anti-ICE protesters bringing violence to America's streets, but Democrats are refusing to help.
Yeah, and we're talking about the chaos that has broken out in Portland, Oregon, and in Chicago.
Yeah.
The split screen you see here, the absolute violent assaults and riots happening as the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, saying, I want to be clear, there is no need for military troops on the ground in the state of Illinois.
I see this comment in the chat. It said, your safety is your responsibility, not the state's. So, depends on how you define state. I would disagree. The number one most foundational purpose of a government, whether it be state or federal, is to protect you, the citizens, from threats, both foreign and domestic, to protect you from foreign threats and domestic threats. That is the most foundational purpose of a government, is to keep its citizens safe. That's the point of having police, state-funded police. That's the point of having a state taxpayer-funded military. That's like the most foundational. And then maybe you talk about other things, you know, paving roads and having firefighters. But the most important thing a government can do is protect its people. I disagree with you. I hate to say it.
Out to Portland, Oregon, this same exact thing you're seeing there, the same violence in the streets, more than 100 days of violent assaults on the ICE facility in Portland, as the Attorney General there in Portland says that Portland is not the president's war-torn fantasy.
Look at this.
Our city is not ravaged, and there's no rebellion. Joining us now, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. Madam Secretary, we just showed our viewers exactly the reality of what's playing out, and then the rhetoric of the Democratic leaders, and it seems to tell two different stories.
They're delusional.
Yes, I've encouraged the governor of Oregon and of Illinois, and that attorney general should go down and spend some time with our ICE officers and with our Border Patrol officers and encounter the protesters that they do, because these individuals are shouting hateful things at them, threatening their families, putting their hands on them, and acts of violence are occurring on a regular basis. So they're just sitting far away in safe facilities, some of them with protective detail, which is a very different situation than trying to clean up the streets and help protect the families and the victims of these criminals that have been roaming.
You know, it's people like Pritzker. It's all these senior-ranking Democrat progressive politicians. They've got their private security, or sometimes even worse, they've got taxpayer-funded security details. They're living in their private gated communities. They are not exposed in any way to the violence that is going on in American streets as a consequence of these illegal aliens and these domestic terrorists. They want you to deal with it. They're not dealing with it. They're not even exposed to it. And then also on top of that, they want to take your guns away. They want you to have to deal with these issues that they create every single day. And then on top of that, they want to remove your capacity to defend yourself by really just trying to get rid of the Second Amendment. These people are nuts.
For far too long.
So during the break, you told us that there are actually some individual agents who have been identified and have bounties placed on their heads.
Wow.
Tell us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we had a really strange incident yesterday where we had a caravan of 10 different vehicles that were following our Border Patrol agents and officers that were out there on the streets of Chicago. And they had followed them and gotten them cornered, pinned them down. And then our agents, when getting out of their cars, they tried to run them over and had semi-automatic handguns on them to where our agents had to protect themselves, and shots were fired. And an individual ended up in the hospital that was attacking these officers. Very dangerous situation. And then in that situation as well, this individual had threatened them previously and had told them that they all needed to go down. And
you know what? Now my brain is clicking. I saw a post about this on Twitter last night. It was actually a Hispanic woman. I saw a picture of her on my Twitter feed last night. I can't remember what her name was, but it was a Hispanic woman. She was covered in tattoos. And so I guess this person we're talking about here, this woman, she had dedicated the last couple of months or years of her life dedicated to harassing and identifying and doxing, going all out against ICE agents. And so it was her that actually was down here. She lost her life the other day because she was down there driving her car into ICE agents. Total nut job. So when Pritzker said somebody lost their life, that's who we're talking about here. She had been a problem for a long time, doxing, harassing, doing all types of stuff, driving her vehicle into these guys.
Shouted expletives at them. So our intelligence indicates that these people are organized. They're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation and unprecedented. So we've put protective detail around those individuals, change some of our operations to keep our officers safe. But make no mistake, this isn't just about, protesting free speech or that they don't like that people out here are upholding the law of our country. They're actually going out there and saying, kill these people and we'll give you this much money to do it.
Well, and Secretary, I want to stay on the bounties. Who is issuing the bounties? I know that you guys are looking into groups like Antifa. Is it linked to that, or who is issuing these bounties? What do we know right now?
Well, I'm going to be careful what I say because we have investigations going on and these threats are out there. So I'm not going to give you specific officers, although they have been targeted towards specific officers and released their phone numbers or released their pictures. But it is gangs, it is cartel members, and known terrorist organizations, so foreign terrorist organizations as deemed by the president, but also ones that we have known for many, many years. And they are making sure that they know which officers are out there and being extremely effective, and they want.
Where's that money coming from? I think a lot of us can speculate. Now, folks, I just want to make sure I get the story right, because this is a huge, important part of what's going on here. And I think I got it wrong just a minute ago. I want to correct the record here. So federal agents shot this woman, Marimer Martinez, in Chicago. I think she's still alive, this woman, actually. She did not pass away. Her name is Marimer Martinez in Chicago after she rammed DHS vehicles during an ICE protest. This is the video where Marimer, a.k.a. La Maggie, rammed the vehicle. I want to take a look at this. I'm going to mute this. That is her ramming it. She's following this ICE vehicle. And this is not an accident. No, whoa, I have not seen this before. Wow. Whoa. Okay, this happened a couple days ago in Chicago. I have not seen this before. Listen, lady? What are you doing? I gotta mute the audio. You are nuts. Did you see that? And then she peeled out to the left to try to get away, almost hitting that officer who was up there up front. Rewind. Wow, this is the first time I'm seeing this one with you guys live right now. Holy hell. Arrest her? Yeah, maybe that's the minimum, in my opinion. Wow. And so they shot her. They did shoot her. A little bit up closer here. You are a damn psychopath, lady. How are you going to be acting like this? She's lucky to be alive. She is lucky to be alive. As far as I'm concerned, man, these guys here, DHS, whatever they are, ICE, I think they're ICE. They are justified in this situation and doing whatever they think they need to do. If they gotta whatever they need to do to de-escalate, to stop this situation. I won't even get specific here, but in my opinion, she's lucky to be alive. Just nuts. So they got her in the car. Okay, and then real quick, I'm just looking to see if there's any other updates here. Scrolling the Twitter feed is kind of dangerous because you can get some weird images pop up. So this is her right here. There she is. There she blows. There's her with her beautiful boyfriend, Marimar Martinez, aka La Maggie. Well, there you have it. She's a psychopath. And so that's what Pritzker's talking about. That's what Kristi Noem was talking about. Now, folks, real quick, we should be going live here any minute, like any second. President Trump here should be going live with this big 250th Navy anniversary event. Give me 1 moment here, folks. It is scheduled to begin 2 minutes from now. 2 minutes from now, I want to say thank you all very much for tuning in today. I think we're going to have a big naval show. It's going to be entertaining. It's going to be a show they're putting on. But also Trump is allegedly going to be making some big announcements here today as it relates to the military and to the Navy. 250 years of the U.S. Navy.
Roger Goodell was speaking.
Now, folks, okay, we are not going to miss anything. I've got 3 different angles. I've got Live Now from Fox, I've got Associate Press, and I've got the official White House page. So they might be a couple minutes behind schedule here, but if it happens, we are going to know you guys are in the right place today. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Sincerely, thank you. Guys, you guys keep coming back. So, hey, I'm very fortunate. I'm very lucky. Thank you all for tuning in today. Why are all my ads in Spanish? Dan, I don't know. Maybe you've been speaking Spanish around the house. I don't know. We have a super chat here, though, from Saturn Dreaming of Mercury. He says, thank you very much, by the way. Says, it's time for Antifa to stand down today. Yes, I'm still hearing that. Do you remember that from last night? By the way, I've got a little follow-up. You remember that woman outside the Portland ICE facility last night on the broadcast? She was yelling with the megaphone, stand down today. Okay, little bit of an update. They took her back into the ICE facility. She didn't have shoes on when she went in. A member of my community in the Discord server pointed this out. He said, when they arrested her and detained her, brought her in the facility, she didn't have shoes on. They spit her out. About 2 hours later, they kicked her back out onto the street. She had 1 shoe on. She had 1 shoe. Somehow, inside of that ICE facility, they took her back with no shoes. 2 hours later, they kicked her out. She had 1 shoe. Where did the shoe come from? I don't know. This is the mystery of the shoe. I don't know. Somehow they put not 2 shoes. They put 1 shoe on her and then kicked her out. I have no idea how that happened, but somebody caught that. You think Hillary Clinton has the other shoe? This is a possibility. We got to look into that. So, hey, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that super chat. We have another one here from Let Sleeping Dogs Lie. He says, thank you very much on Rumble. If firefighters fight fires and crime fighters fight crime, what are these Antifa freedom fighters fighting? You know, this is just this stupid, it's just like stupid childlike game of, you know, you see this rhetoric coming from the left. We are Antifa, and if you are against us, then that means you are fascist because we are anti-fascist. This is obviously moronic. This is obviously stupid. You know, the joke I like to make is, well, why don't we just rename the Republican Party the Good Guy Party? Going forward, the Republican Party is going to be called the Good Guy Party, meaning if you are not a Republican, you are a good guy. If you are not a good guy, you are necessarily a bad guy. Do you see how dumb all of these name games are? It's just moronic. We're Antifa, we're anti-fascist, so if you're against us, then therefore you are fascist. It's just so stupid, right? But let's keep on hearing from Kristi Noem.
Want to take them down because they want to try to stop the operations that are going that are keeping them from making money off their criminal networks.
Do you have any evidence that those same cartels are actually helping fund some of the protests themselves in terms of turning people out?
Well, we've been spending a lot of time working as a whole of government approach. And so I talked to Scott Bessent about this last night, and he's really helping us dig into the funding of these operations, where they're getting their money. You know, when you're down there with these protesters and you're looking at them and interacting with them. I was in Chicago just 2 days ago. Watching these protesters and our officers engage with them. All the protesters are wearing the same gas masks. They're carrying the same kind of signs. Many of them were printed with the same font. They look like they came from the same company. To be that organized and have the same equipment to push back on law and order, you know that somebody is funding them and organizing them and that they're being paid. What would all these individuals be doing, and how are they affording their groceries, their rent, their homes? When they're down on the street protesting at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Now, of course, everything she is saying is true. There is money pouring in from who knows where. Investigations are ongoing. The money's coming in. It's paying for a lot of this. Every time we're talking about paid protesters, I feel like I need to obligatorily mention the other dynamic here, because it's very easy to forget this. We need to acknowledge this next part. We genuinely do just have an incredible amount of homegrown, far-left radical domestic terrorists. We do. These people exist. The rhetoric on the far left has pushed these people to the extreme. Now they're taking violence into their own hands. These people exist. We need to keep this in mind. Not every single one of these far-left, violent, far-left radicals is being paid to do it. This is a legitimate, serious problem. It is a homegrown problem. These people are real. They exist. It's not all fake. Not all of them are being paid to do it by George Soros. We actually legitimately have just authentic, far-left, radical domestic terrorists. We must come to terms with that. That is the reality. Are a lot of them paid, also being paid as well? Of course, absolutely. However, we've got a lot of really just genuine, authentic, far-left radical freaks as well. And we need to not lose sight of that. That is a real, serious problem that we have. It's not all being paid for with foreign funny money. It's not.
And spending all day there just screaming horrible things at law enforcement, putting their hands on them and violating our laws.
Well, and what's for the life of me, I can't understand, Madam Secretary, and it was just weeks ago here on this couch, I asked you how concerned you were that one of your agents could be killed. In that time, since I asked you that, we have had bullets fired into the Dallas facility there, claiming the lives of 2 illegal aliens that were in custody, with your agents running into the fire to try and protect those detainees. And just 2 days after that incident on the streets of Chicago, there in Broadview, where all of this is happening, you have people chanting, "Shoot ICE, kill ICE." But for the life of me, I cannot understand why Democrat politicians and local leaders like Chicago's Mayor Brandon Johnson is literally calling you essentially a liar when you make the case that your ICE agents are being attacked. Here's a little bit of what he had to say. I want to get your response.
She has no idea what she's talking about. The Trump administration, they are completely delusional right now. And what they are promulgating in this particular moment are not just unconstitutional measures, but they're dangerous and reckless, and it's antithetical to who we are as a nation.
Madam Secretary, your reaction to that?
Well, let's remember that mayor has a less than 6% approval rating in Chicago. So the people who
I don't even think Mayor Brandon Johnson can count beyond 6.
live there, less than 6%, think he might be doing somewhat of a good job. Overwhelmingly, that man is a failure. He's a failure for his people and hasn't stood up for the victims of the crimes that have happened in his city. So we're going to keep doing our work. Every day when we're there doing our operations, when I'm there with them, people on the streets are clapping as we do our work. They're clapping as these officers are arresting these bad criminals. And out of the 12 that we arrested.
By the way, you're actually seeing it happen live right now, folks. These individuals with green hats. Why do they have a green hat? What's up? These are legal professionals that are on the side of Antifa. They are out here documenting, getting people's names. And so right now you're seeing some Antifa freak getting arrested or detained here by ICE or DHS. And the legal professionals here taking pictures and saying, hey, look at this. You can see they've got a paper and a pen. They're saying, hey, what's your name? What's your date of birth? Where are you from? To try to help them legally. These are domestic terrorists. These green hats. If anybody needs to be investigated, really first and foremost, it's these people here with the green hats, because they really are doing something very weird legally out here trying to stick up for a bunch of domestic terrorists. We got to investigate those people also.
Officers are arresting these bad criminals. And out of the 12 that we arrested during the short period of time I was there, 6 of them had criminal records in their backgrounds that the state had arrested them and just turned them loose on the street again for assault, for weapons possession, for robbery. Those individuals now are off the streets thanks to President Trump, not thanks to that mayor who's delusional at best.
So do you tie a direct line between the rhetoric from people like Mayor Johnson and other Democrats to the actual increase in assaults and the threat of violence?
Oh, absolutely. He's giving them air cover. He's giving them air cover so they can go out and keep committing crimes. It's wrong. There should be consequences for that and for leaders that stand up and knowingly lie about the situation on the ground. This is a war zone. His city is a war zone, and he's lying so that criminals can go in there and destroy people's lives. Those individuals that live there are waking up to it. They understand that where we have gone, we've made it much more free. People are much safer. We've got 1,000 criminals that are off the streets of Chicago just because we've been there, not because of his help. And in fact, they don't even let our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers use restrooms in facilities. Those men and women were telling us that they have to figure out even where they can go sit down for 5 minutes to have lunch or to use a restroom throughout their shift and their break. So they've made it a very difficult situation. But what I was so encouraged by was these officers love their jobs. They love their jobs. They're so excited that they get to go out there and serve our country. And they see normal, everyday people going to work who thank them. And I don't know if you saw those videos of those folks down there chanting USA
Indeed.
and holding signs encouraging ICE. If more Americans would do that, if you would go down there and show.
Well, folks, we've seen the polls. It's 53%. That's what I've seen recently, about 3 or 4 days ago. 53% of Americans are still, 9 months into the presidency, are still totally in favor of Trump's deportation efforts, of everything ICE is doing, everything the DHS is doing. Yes, well over half of Americans are still saying we got to get these people out of the country. And not just a couple of them, every single one of them must go. And we need to really stamp down on these domestic terrorists, these Antifa freaks.
Then when you have some spare time, it really is encouraging to our officers.
How are they holding up, Secretary? I mean, it's got to be hard to be called.
They're doing good.
Yeah.
I asked them that, too, because that's what I worry about. You get people yelling and screaming stuff in your face all day long. You kind of lose perspective on where you are or what you're doing. But they're so encouraged. Many of these individuals that are on these swift response teams, they left home before we started the L.A. operation. They got called up to go to L.A. Just 24 hours before they had to pack and get there to help bring some law and order to Los Angeles. So they went from L.A. then to Chicago. So they've been gone for months, living in different hotels or situations there.
Man, I'll tell you something. If you're a young man right now, I don't know, early 20s, if you're kind of aimless, you don't really have a plan, you're kind of drifting around, you don't know what you haven't figured out, you haven't decided what you want to do with your life yet, I would consider looking at ICE. Honestly, I guess I'm going to shout out ICE here. I would seriously consider, if you're a kind of young man, you don't know what you want to do. Do I want to go to school, do a job training program, whatever, you kind of don't know what, you don't have a family yet, don't have kids and a wife. I would think about it. I'll tell you, if I was in a different position, if I was 21 or 22 and I didn't have the stuff that I have right now, wife and kids and a house and whatever, that's what I would be thinking about doing. Seriously, I would.
To bring safety and security, and they don't know necessarily when they'll go home to their families, but they said we are all in for this because we know our families don't have a chance unless President Trump cleans up our streets and cleans up the safety and the security of our schools and our communities. So they understand, and they're true believers in this country and what it can be, and they don't want to see it get as dangerous in so many cities like it did in 2020 across the country when it was out of control and we had the kind of violence that came from some of these same organizations.
Well, Secretary Noem, thank you so much for joining us this morning and breaking all that down. And you and your agents are in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much.
Secretary. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That means the world.
Now, folks, I'll tell you what, I want to show you President Trump's schedule right here. This is the reason why we have gone live today. Okay, 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 12 minutes ago, President Trump and the First Lady are set to observe a naval sea power demonstration. Today, folks, is the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy. There's a big naval celebration going on today at Norfolk Station Naval Station aboard the USS George H.W. Bush. And so it's going to be a big live broadcast event. 2.5 hours later, President Trump is going to be giving his own speech in celebration. And this is when we think we're going to be getting some type of big announcement today about the U.S. military. President Trump, he said himself earlier on this morning, he said, it'll be a big day for the Navy. United States has the greatest military by far in the world. This will be a show of naval aptitude and strength. Enjoy watching. So he also said it'll be broadcast everywhere, President Trump. So this was supposed to sort of commence 13, almost 15 minutes ago now. I'm taking a look around. Take a look. Navy, this is on live now from Fox. Navy 250th celebration schedule soon. President Trump and First Lady observe the naval sea power demonstration. And then Trump will give his speech and his remark. We are expecting Pete Hegseth and Navy Secretary John Phelan to be in attendance. Now, I'm keeping tabs here, folks, on the Associated Press. Whenever this happens, we are going to be covering this immediately. But nothing is happening yet. Still, no word yet. So it's fine. We have other stuff to talk about. We've got some time. Now, something absolutely insane has gone on over the last couple days, and I think this is probably the order that we want to go through this in. I think some of you guys have probably heard about this. Breaking news. Democrat Virginia Attorney General nominee Jay Jones, this is gonna make you sick to your stomach. Total warning here. Democrat Virginia Attorney General Jay Jones is getting massive backlash after his text messages got leaked of him fantasizing about murdering House Speaker Todd Gilbert and pissing on his grave. I kid you not. His text messages have now been released, and we're going to take a look at these. This is a Democrat would-be Attorney General of the state of Virginia. We're going to go through this. They say nice things about everyone, LOL. This is him. He is the gray text messages. He says, if those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals and piss on their graves, send them out awash in something. This person said, Jay Jones. Like, dude, what? He said, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Gilbert is the Republican Speaker of the House in Virginia. Wow. 3 people, Gilbert, Hitler, Pol Pot. You've got 2 bullets, and you're shooting Gilbert in the head twice. Okay. You are a mentally ill, psychotic freak. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every single time. Jay, please stop. Even his own friend, who he's Like, dude, stop. Lol. Okay. It really bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on them. This person was supposed to be the attorney general. He was the nominee to be the Democrat attorney general of Virginia. Wow. You weren't simply asking questions and you know it. I genuinely was. I wasn't attacking you. I was trying to understand your logic. You weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hopping Jennifer Gilbert's children, about hoping her children would die. Yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move their policy. He doubled down. He doubled down on it. Yeah, he said, yeah, but the only reason why I'm talking about Gilbert's kids dying is because that's what it would take to change, for him to change his policy. Absolutely insane. I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer Gilbert are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. So this is him here.
Hi, I'm Jay Jones, Democrat running for Attorney General of Virginia, and we're going to talk about public safety. As the son of prosecutors,
public safety, huh?
And the father of 2 young boys, I've always believed that keeping our community safe is the most important responsibility of any Virginia leader. That's why, as a delegate, I increased public safety funding by more than 20%, ensuring that law enforcement and our first responders have the resources and training they need to succeed. I also sponsored bipartisan laws to strengthen penalties for sex offenders, keep kids safe in schools, and establish programs to stop gangs like MS-13 in their tracks.
Okay, so President Trump, I believe President Trump chimed in on this. In a massive development, President Trump endorses Jason Miyares for Virginia Attorney General after it came out the Democrat Attorney General candidate Jay Jones, there he is, fantasized about shooting Republicans and their children. Let's see what he said. This is from President Trump. He said, "It has just come out that the radical left lunatic Jay Jones, who's running against Jason Miyares, the great Attorney General of Virginia, made sick and demented jokes, if they were jokes at all." I don't think he was joking. I don't think he was joking. These people are really that sick. And that he wrote down and sent around to people concerning the murdering of a Republican legislator, his wife, and their children. Abigail Spanberger, who is running for governor, is weak and ineffective and refuses to acknowledge what this lunatic has done. Even Democrats are saying it is a resignation from campaign terror. Yeah, he's got to resign. Yes, obviously he does. Has he resigned? I'm going to look that up here in a minute. This news broke yesterday afternoon. Democrat Jay Jones should drop out of the race immediately. And the people of Virginia must continue to have a great attorney general in Jason Miyares, who, by the way, has my complete and total endorsement. Jason will never let you down. I mean, yeah, we can't have this guy. He's a violent freak. He's a violent freak. Stephen Miller chimes in. Oh no. VB Democrats turning Virginia Beach blue. They released this yesterday afternoon after all the drama broke, after all the news came out. This is this Democrat PAC in Virginia. They said they've issued a statement which reaffirms their full support for Jay Jones. They are doubling down on Jay Jones. They said, yeah, we know he wanted to kill this guy. Yeah, we know he joked about killing his kids, his children, because they're a bunch of little fascists. But we are doubling down. The Virginia Beach Democratic Committee, the VBDC, reaffirms its full support of Jay Jones for Attorney General. We are lined up, 10 toes down, ready to organize, mobilize, and deliver voters for Jay and our Democratic ticket. Recent press may have spotlighted past mistakes. We say, let those without sin cast the first stone. So, I don't know about you folks. I haven't made any jokes about killing the children of Democrats or killing Democrats at all. They are acting like, hey, come on, guys. We have all made jokes about killing Republican kids. Come on, we've all made jokes about assassinating Republicans. Come on. Is it really that big of a deal? Yeah, it is a big deal. Yeah, actually, VBDC, the Democratic PAC here in Virginia, actually, yeah, it is a big deal. Give me a break. Jay Jones has taken responsibility, apologized, and he has shown that he is committed to serving with integrity and accountability that his public record already shows. Virginians deserve a leader who learns, grows, and stands for everyday people. And Jay is that leader. Yeah. Stephen Miller chimed in. Where did I have that? Utterly repugnant. And is that a fact? That is a fact. Stephen Miller retweets, he says, I still can't get over the fact that the Democratic nominee for Attorney General of my state was wishing death on children. And his fellow Democrats haven't called on him to drop out. It's just absurd. I need to bookmark this. I'm going to come back to this later. This is just insane. Virginia's Democrat candidate for Attorney General wants your children to die. Yeah, literally, yeah. He was pretty clear about that. Yeah. By the way, as a reminder, Attorney General is Virginia's top law enforcement officer. You are the senior ranking law enforcement officer in the state, Attorney General. Yeah, technically that's true. That is right. Now, folks, are we live out here with this 250th military celebration or not? Or not? I want to take a look at some super chats here while we have a moment before. We're kind of in the calm before the storm phase. This event is going to be happening here pretty soon. This is Grandpa Barney. I need to get caught up. Thank you, folks. Grandpa Barney says, good morning. Happy Sunday. Hey, my brother, the Lord has told us to love our enemies. However, we also hold those accountable for laws of the land being broken. I know it's not easy, but it's also a way of keeping our own hands clean. It's the perfect way to follow accountability. I'm a big accountability guy. That's how I feel. Listen, well, I need to choose my words carefully here. Well, I've said this before. I posted this on Twitter the other day after Charlie Kirk's assassination. I, for better or for worse, maybe worse, I'm a man. I guess we're all full of sin. I find myself not being as forgiving as Christ is. Maybe I should try to be a little bit more Christ-like in that regard, but frankly, I'm not as forgiving as maybe I should be. I do want accountability, and for a lot of these people that have been trying to tear apart the country and threaten the lives of children and assassinate Charlie Kirk and wish death and pain and suffering on all of us conservatives over here on the right. You've seen it. I'm not exactly forgiving towards those people. I kind of hold the belief that if you want forgiveness, you must seek it out. I'm not really in the business of giving forgiveness to people that very clearly don't want it. If somebody has proven that they have turned the other cheek, that they are repentant, maybe I'm a little bit more inclined. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Not that I've observed, at least. By the way, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. I'm only man. I'm a human. What can I say? Maybe I'm full of flaw. I definitely am flawed. Cheryl Moran, she chimes in. She says, by the way, thank you very much. She says, I will never regret voting for Trump because the alternative was and is unthinkable. Over here on the right, sometimes we have conversations. Oh, Trump could do this better. I wish Trump was doing more here or more there or more there, whatever. Okay, we can have those conversations. It's true. And by the way, we should have those conversations, ways that the GOP or Trump can do better here or there. Sure. It is important to ground ourselves and remember just how bad things were between 2021 and January of 2025. Things were terrible. 5 million illegal aliens coming in per year, maybe 6. Okay, over 100,000 fentanyl overdoses in the country. Crime, chaos, bloodshed, carnage sweeping across the nation. Our country was a laughingstock. Inflation, unaffordability. It was terrible, and that was set to continue had we not put Trump in the White House again. If I mean, Lord, could you imagine if Kamala Harris was in the office right now? Could you imagine? How bad would things be? Now, I'm taking a look. This is live now from Fox. They have some, I think this is the early portion of the show here. They've got some other people up here. It looks like the event is kind of going. I'm going to flip over to RSBN. Okay. They've got a different point of view here. Why don't we put this up on the big screen? Let's start tuning into this event. Okay, we are going to be tuning into RSBN. I want to give a shout out here. Hold that thought. And by the way, Cheryl Moran, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Bad Cramp says, 10 toes down. Where have I heard this before? Oh, that's right. Hassan Piker, who is another terrorist sympathizer, quite literally. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Something's got to be done about that. Scuba Diva says, as we talk about the VA Attorney General race, we need to remember Mark Robinson's North Carolina. Dems weren't so forgiving for that. Unbelievable. Hey, thank you, Scuba Diva. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Today, folks, any minute now, this big military, this big naval event, it's the 250th anniversary of the Navy, and Trump is going to be coming up here and speaking. They're going to have a big show. They're going to be having some other speakers come on out here. And so this is going to be starting any second now.
Navy SEALs fast roping from a helicopter to a destroyer. And
One moment
finally,
here now.
An air-powered demonstration featuring a full complement of the Carrier Air Wing, showing the unmatched power of U.S. naval aviation. Now, be prepared to be amazed as our Navy demonstrates the impressive capabilities of the most powerful naval force the world has ever seen.
I would love it if I could find the source broadcast for this. Where is RSBN getting the footage? That's what I would love to see. I'm trying to find that. President Trump had said that this was going to be live broadcast everywhere. So I'm looking for that here. Trying to find the source. They are the source. No, they are not. I'm seeing multiple other channels here with the same source actually, and they all slap their own logos on top of it. You know, for instance, real quick, just to show you something here, you know, PBS has the same source. This is PBS. They're getting the source. No, they are not the original source, folks. No, they are not. There are at least 5 other channels I'm seeing right now that have the exact same broadcast feed. And then they all slap their own personal logo on top of it. So I'm looking around here. There is President Trump and his lovely wife. We have that there. Trying to, oh, good Lord here. Yep. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and leave this up here. And we're going to tune into this. I think the event is underway here, everybody. Well, soon to be underway. One moment here, folks. I just want everybody to know what is going on here. Everybody, I am content with what we have. Do not worry about that. It's fine. It's fine, folks. I appreciate the help, but we're good. We are tapped into the feed here. This will be sufficient.
Alongside the starboard side of the aircraft carrier, you will see the fleet's newest fast attack submarine, the USS Iowa, SSS 797. Commissioned on April 5th, 2025 in Groton, Connecticut, this submarine is built for longevity, stealth, and high performance. Iowa's advanced technology allows for near-silent movement through the world's oceans. Its sensitive sonar can detect and track enemy submarines and warships from extended distances. With a length of 377 feet and 6,800 tons and a speed of 25 knots, the Iowa represents the greatest America's silent fleet. The Iowa's crew is comprised of 15 officers and 117 enlisted sailors, all highly trained and selected from the nation's most competitive candidates. The Iowa's armament consists of 4 torpedo tubes and 2 Virginia payload tubes, each capable of holding 6 vertical launch Tomahawk missiles that can strike over 1,200 miles away. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the USS Iowa and the United States Navy's Silent Service.
Wow, listen to how silent it is. You can barely even hear it. Oh, wow. Yeah, so folks, what this is, by the way, this is it's a White House pool feed that all these different news coverage channels are tapping into and getting access to. I see some people saying that RSBN, they are the source feed. They are not. They, similar to 10 other different networks here, are tapping into the same source feed coming right out of the White House. So we've got one here up on the screen. We're going to just watch this one. This one has minimal. I just didn't want a bunch of overlays and buttons and boobobs and wahoos up on the screen. So I'm totally happy with what we have here. Everybody, thank you. Let's enjoy the event here. Let's just enjoy the show. And Trump is going to come on out here at some point here and also chime into this.
Our next demonstration showcases the impressive firepower capability of the United States surface fleet. As you direct your attention to the port side of the ship, you'll see 8 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers sailing in formation. The USS Farragut, the USS Donald Cook, the USS Mason, the USS Delbert D. Black, the USS Ross, USS Cole, USS Neitz, USS Gonzalez, and USS Carney. Each of these powerful warships is manned by 320 of America's finest sailors, highly trained, battle-ready warfighters who embody the skill, spirit, and dedication to make the United States Navy the greatest naval force in history. Their seamless teamwork and unwavering commitment delivering precision firepower upon our nation's enemies from the surface of the sea. Aboard the aircraft carrier, the commander of Destroyer Squadron 2-2 operates as the Sea Combatant Commander for the George H.W. Bush Carrier Strike Group. The Desron commander is responsible for directing each of the destroyers under his command to successfully engage in anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare.
What I might be able to do here is find another angle. We can have a different angle here. I'm looking for that now, folks. Stand by. If we have another point of view.
Engage in...
But you know, I don't think so. I want to, real quick, I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about here. So these are all of the live broadcasts. RSBN, they've got the same feed. PBS NewsHour got the same feed. This is Mango News. They've got the same feed, but they zoomed in on it. The Sun has the same feed. So all of the, this is NTD. Now they'd all just have the same broadcast, guys. So do not worry about it. The show is underway. Matt, where is my money? I don't know. You got to go talk to your boss. Are you missing a paycheck? I don't know. Folks, like I said, today is going to be kind of a cozy 3 3 or 4 hour long broadcast. We're going to watch this entire naval event. And Trump, I think, is going to be making a couple appearances throughout this entire broadcast. He's going to be giving a speech at 3:30 East. But I think he's going to be doing some other... I mean, there he is right there.
We invite you to witness the full measure of these ships' combat capability.
He's up there right now.
In our first display of firepower, our destroyers will fire the Mark 15 Phalanx close-in weapon system, also known as Sea-Wiz.
Oh.
The Phalanx weapon system provides U.S. Navy ships with an inner layer point defense capability against anti-missiles, low-flying aircraft, UAVs, and high-speed surface craft. The Phalanx weapon system is the only deployed close-in weapon system capable of autonomously performing its own search, detect, evaluation, track, engage, and kill assessment functions. This is the ship's last line of defense, providing a fast reaction, radar-guided, 20-millimeter gun, weapon system that is capable of firing at a rate of 4,500 rounds per minute.
Hold up here, folks. Bear with me. I had a genius idea here, ladies and gentlemen. What do you think about that? Huh? Production quality, right? We duplicated it, made it bigger, and now we can really see what's going on up there. How about that, huh? Okay. So they are testing some gun. Our audio has cut out here, but I think they're just unloading into the water there. Doing something. Yeah, they're just you can see they're blasting off in the water down there. Make that a little bit bigger for now. Why not? I think that's the best I can do for you folks. And I'm still looking around here. There's the gun there. We are having some kind of strange audio issues out here aboard this vessel. Matt, that was a very nice donation to Portland Andy's channel last night. Paying it forward, good thing. Yeah, no, like I said, I agree. I think it's important. I sent a big donation to Portland Andy and also Honey Badger Mom after last night's broadcast because we were tuning in to them down on the ground. No, I like to support people that are down there putting in the work.
Now
I think that's
it's time
important.
to bring out the big guns. The Mark 45 5-inch gun is a fully automatic naval gun mount. Mark 45 is designed to engage surface and air targets and provide naval surface fire support for expeditionary operations.
Okay.
The gun mount includes a 20-round automatic loader drum. Its maximum fire rate of 16 to 20 rounds per minute with an effective range of 13 nautical miles.
That's 13 miles. That is nuts. So I think they're going to fire this thing. Are we going to shoot this thing off or what? Let's go. That's what I want to see. So, quick question. Who here has served in the Navy on one of these destroyers? When you guys are practicing and testing and preparing, are you guys actually firing live rounds? You're getting ready? I guess I'm asking to what extent is the training like real? You know what I mean? Oh, there you go. They're popping off. They are popping off. Live rounds. Okay, there you go. So that little gun can fire 13 miles. That's crazy to think. Really, really astounding. It's all real. Okay. They're just pumping them out there. So they're going to be showing off a lot of stuff like this today. We might see, I don't know, we might see some missile launches, some flyovers, who knows? That would be pretty impressive.
Finally, we will demonstrate the power of the Surface Naval's missile arsenal. The Standard Missile 2, or SM-2, is the U.S. Navy's premier air defense weapon with a range of up to 90 nautical miles. The SM-2 is launched from Mark 41 vertical launch systems.
Okay. There it is.
This weapon system is an integral part of the Aegis weapon system aboard the Ticonderoga-class cruisers and Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers. Its primary mission includes fleet area defense and ship self-defense, and is using SEAM active radar guidance to decisively engage and destroy even the most advanced adversary fighter aircraft. One of our ships in company, the USS Carney, recently fired the SM-2 missile in support of combat operations in the Red Sea. On October 19, 2023, the USS Carney was involved in one of the most intense combat engagements by a U.S. Navy warship since World War II. By the end of what became a 10-hour standoff, Carney had shot down 15 drones and 4 land attack cruise missiles fired by Houthi rebels in Yemen. This marked the most intense combat engagement of the U.S. Navy in years. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy Surface Fleet.
That's pretty impressive. Wow. Pretty impressive indeed. By the way, I have a great super chat here from PBR Street Gang. He says, so he's got a long service record here. He says the bad audio you're hearing is the radar sweeps.
Naval Special Warfare history is
good to know.
One of consistently delivering high-impact solutions in the nation's most critical moments. The heritage of the Navy SEALs can be traced back to World War II, where the need for specialized maritime forces became apparent with the changing nature of war. Naval combat demolition units and scouts and raiders were created to conduct covert reconnaissance and landing from beaches and coastal defense. This played a crucial role in maritime amphibious landing operations. These operators directly enabled the success of amphibious operations like D-Day, turning the tides of the war. The U.S. Navy SEALs were established by President John F. Kennedy in 1962 as a small elite maritime force. They carry out types of clandestine small unit high-impact missions that large forces with high-profile platforms such as ships, tanks, jets, and submarines cannot. SEALs conduct essential on-the-ground special reconnaissance at critical targets to enable strikes by larger conventional forces.
I mean, there are a lot of stressful jobs in the military. I would imagine.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you're witnessing is effective integration and interoperability with varying air and maritime and land components, which is critical to the SEAL operations. Today's helicopter assault force is relying on a skilled pilot and a crew of Helicopter Sea Combat Squadron 11 to insert them into a target area via fast rope from an MH-60 Sierra helicopter.
Being that pilot has got to be
Fast roping
incredibly
is designed
stressful.
to enable SEALs a rapid insertion into areas of rough terrain or obstacles that would prevent a suitable landing zone. The height of the fast rope is dependent on the target area, but can be held up to 90 feet, the equivalent of a 9-story building, with close to 100 pounds of combat equipment aboard each Navy SEAL operator.
And of course, being a Navy SEAL is stressful also. That goes without saying. Really just very impressive. Very highly skilled. Takes a lot of practice. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And there she goes. Sherry Berry says, my hubby is Italian. I was living in Italy and had to come back to take care of elderly parents. Do you have a good immigration lawyer you could recommend? Thank you for your constant, tireless efforts. You know, yes, actually, I do. We worked with an immigration lawyer 5 years ago.
At the request of the assault force, the helo will lay down covering fire, enabling the operators to begin the assault.
But I feel like maybe I don't want to say my immigration lawyer publicly. Maybe I don't want to say that publicly. So yes, I do, but I'm sorry I can't help you. I maybe I don't want to say that. But no, when my wife came over from Germany, we did work with an immigration lawyer. But maybe it's not wise to say it publicly. But hey, good luck. Good luck at least. And thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. C-SPAN has C-SPAN National Desk. Let me take a look at something here. I think we might already just have that, but I'll take a look. Yeah, you're right. This is the source video. It's fine. We already have that. It's all good though. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, what are they doing out there? I will tell you what about the immigration lawyer with the green card process. I feel like in hindsight, we probably didn't need it. If you're reasonably smart and you know how to file paperwork, I think you probably can do it on your own. But you know, maybe you want to be safe.
Today, the Naval Special Warfare maintains a forwards posture, operating across the globe from South America and Europe to the Middle East and Asia, proactively addressing emerging threats and safeguarding national interests. These operators are a global premier maritime special operations force, delivering decisive action where it matters most. They are trained to operate in the harshest environments, from desert cities to remote coastlines. They continue to innovate in a battle space defined by evolving technology and global competition. Across its history, Naval Special Warfare has remained true to the ethos of the Navy SEAL teams. They are quiet professionals, relentless in their pursuit of excellence, and unwavering in their commitment to the mission. Naval Special Warfare honors the great generations of warriors and support personnel who have built its legacy and reaffirms its commitment to serving with honor, courage, and excellence well into the future.
I want to see them launch some missiles out of the top of these things. By the way, folks, what we are tuning into today is the Navy's 250th anniversary celebration. President Trump is here. He's going to be taking the stage at some point to give some brief thoughts. And then beyond that, it is scheduled, according to the schedule from the White House, at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, President Trump is going to give a much longer speech, at which point he's going to be making some big announcements about the Navy, the U.S. military, the Department of War. It's all kind of related here. And so that's kind of what we're doing today, folks. That's the point of today's broadcast. We're kind of doing a chill, relaxing Sunday broadcast. Look at this hater in the chat. Are you seriously watching this? Get a life. What are we watching the 250th US Navy celebration on a nice October Sunday? Why, yes, we are. Yes, we are. Are you really complaining about it? In my life, you know, you don't have to be here. You could go do anything else. Maybe you should get a life. Nobody is compelling you to be here, buddy. You do not have to be here. Sometimes I mean, it's a little bit of a reminder here. A lot of the problems people have, I feel like they create problems for themselves. These are self-inflicted problems. You don't have to be here. You really just can go away if you don't want to be here. Ooh.
During the Second World War, USS San Jacinto launched Lieutenant Junior Grade George H.W. Bush and his TBF Avenger torpedo bomber from a vast expanse of the Western Pacific. This helped support 58 critical combat missions. Since this pivotal area, the aircraft carrier has remained an indispensable pillar of America's national security, providing vital roles in the conflicts from Vietnam all the way till recent inherent resolve. Today, our Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carriers represent the cutting edge of naval aviation technology. These mighty vessels launch aircraft using steam catapults powerful enough to accelerate a 65,000-pound aircraft from 0 to nearly 200 miles per hour in a mere seconds. This represents an extraordinary feat of engineering and precision. After completing their missions, our pilots execute one of the most challenging maneuvers in aviation, landing aboard a moving ship.
Yeah.
Approaching at the precise degrees of 3.5-degree glide slope from approximately 3/4 of a mile, they aim to catch one of the 3 arresting wires that are only 40 feet apart, offering a total landing area of 80 feet. This narrow margin leaves virtually no room for error. In this demanding skill, this is required both day and night, and it distinguishes our naval aviators as the most highly trained and capable pilots in the world.
They are.
The flight deck is angled at 9 degrees, a critical design feature that allows aircraft to be launched and recovered simultaneously, maximizing operational tempo and efficiency. 4 steam catapults propel the fixed-wing aircraft into the skies, while 3 arresting wires safely recover them upon return. All aircraft operations are expertly coordinated by the air boss from the primary flight control. Supporting these complex operations are 4 large elevators that move the aircraft seamlessly between the flight deck and the hangars below. These hangars are carefully divided into 3 bays of thick steel, engineered to contain and restrict the spread of fire, ensuring the safety personnel and equipment. The 2 aircraft located on the fantail at the aftmost portion of the ship are now about to kick on their engines and prepare to launch and intercept whatever may be on the way. We see them taxiing forward to the waste catapults now, where 52,000 pounds of steel will use its own 44,000 pounds of thrust and the impressive power of the carrier's catapult system to go from 0 to up 150 knots in roughly 3 seconds. The USS George H.W. Bush has 4 catapults, 2 on the bow, 2 on the waist. It is capable of launching 1 aircraft every 30 seconds.
Beyond
As you will
impressive.
see, the aircraft will taxi up to the catapult, lower the launch bar into a small shuttle. Behind the nose gear will be attached a holdback fitting from the landing gear to the ship. The holdback bar will hold the aircraft as the pilot runs his throttles to full power. When the pilot is ready to launch, they will give a crisp salute, and the catapult officer will then press the button, who will release the launch bar, and away he goes.
I think they're powering up here. 904 says Trump is about to announce the Navy's war on Venezuela and the drug terrorists. A lot of people are talking about that. I'll tell you that much. There's a lot of word on the block about that, so to speak. We've talked a lot about that. That could be the news today. It totally could be. Totally could be. And thank you, by the way. Thank you very much. I should obligatorily say, folks, as a real quick reminder, if you are tuning in today and you have not yet liked the video or hit the subscribe button, all of that helps. It really does help a lot with the YouTube algorithm and Rumble and everything. So make sure to consider subscribing. That really helps a lot. New subscribers, thank you all for being here today. It's a nice, relaxing Sunday today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you from the waist, the catapult demo.
I think we're going to see this thing lift off here. Yep. Good Lord. Now, Crackajack has just gifted 10 community memberships. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Every time somebody gets a membership, that means that they don't have to watch ads. There's a lot of ads, so that's a big deal. Thank you. They're going to send another one of these off here, I think. Thank you very much. Served on the USS Chicago SSN 721. Us submariners actually do God's work, but surface ships get all the credit. Yeah, I could see that. That's why submariners are part of the silent service. Part of the service nonetheless, though. In fact, very important, as you know. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, hey, I think submarines are cool, okay? I appreciate the submariners. I like submarines. There she goes. You know what is funny?
While our Intrepid alert aircraft proceed to investigate and neutralize the threat, 3 of our aircraft are returning from the fight now. Overhead in the stack, we will recover 1 F-35 Lightning II, 1 F-18 Super Hornet, and 1 E-2D Hawkeye.
So we're going to watch them land here also. They're coming in. I think we have 1 second here before they end up landing. Folks, I want to show you something here. Over in China, their aircraft carriers, they have to use a ramp. They've got ramps. I think the Russians use some ramps also. Imagine needing a ramp. Over here in the US, we don't need them. In China, they haven't figured out how to do it yet. They have to use ramps. It is frankly a little bit embarrassing for them. We don't need ramps. Frankly embarrassing. Oh, I guess we're having another one take off here. Yeah, their aircraft carriers are wheelchair accessible. True. They've got the ramp. Reasonable assumption. Hey, thank you very much. We've got one now. I'm happy. Thank you, though. Thank you very much. Some absolutely amazing engineering. You know, I think it's easy to forget. Humans built all of this. It's easy to kind of take it for granted. Oh, yeah, we've always had these. The amount of human genius, collective human genius that it took to build all of these things, these just insanely complex machines, a fighter jet, an aircraft carrier, the landing apparatus, the takeoff apparatus. You have to have a dozen people, 2 dozen or 3 dozen people, support staff on deck, helping, you know, it's like, man, the complexity from a human element and from an engineering mechanical element is just absolutely incomprehensibly astounding. It's nuts. The human genius that it took to put all of this together and make it happen. And maintain it and continue to use it. It really is just something else. It is a very well-oiled machine. Literally, figuratively and literally. And then on top of that, hey, thank you, JW. Thank you very much. I'm happy. We're good. I'm happy. This is what it is. I appreciate it, but this is what we're doing. Thank you very much, though. She's making a run for it. I think that was Trump down there. Did you see that with the red hat? There, yeah, there he is. That's him right there. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is
now overhead
on the deck.
Is the E-2D Hawkeye. The Hawkeye is the Navy's all-weather, carrier-based, tactical battle management, airborne early warning, command and control aircraft. The E-2D is a twin-engine, 5-crew-member, high-wing turboprop aircraft with a 24-foot diameter radome attached to the upper fuselage. The Hawkeye is our eye in the sky. The pilots will manage this aircraft to touchdown in the landing area, or LA, a small piece of steel roughly 100 feet wide, and with a wingspan of nearly 80 feet, there is not much room for error. Here, the E-2D pilot would demonstrate the power of the E-2D's engines and look to take back off again in only a few hundred feet.
We got the pilot. So this is the this is an aerial surveillance drone up here with an incredibly wide wingspan. So when this thing lands, there's not a lot of room. Okay, American Military 100. I really hope you are wrong. I'm gonna look that up right now. Before I even say that out loud, I'm gonna look into that. Please, Lord, let that not be the case. Okay. Real quick, somebody in the chat, it was American Military 100, he said 14 people shot in Alabama, 2 dead. I saw that and I said, here we go, we've got another mass shooting. It was a gang shooting last night. It was two Montgomery gangs. It was a gang shooting. So a little bit different than some of the other ones we've seen. There it is. It didn't land. They're coming back around. Yeah, it was 2 rival gangs.
Next inbound is the F-35C carrier variant, the U.S. Navy's first 5th-generation stealth fighter. This cutting-edge aircraft marks a historic leap in naval aviation, bringing radar-evading stealth technology to the carrier deck for the first time in naval history.
All
the
right.
F-35C sets new standards in weapon system integration, lethality, maintainability, combat radius, and payload, delivering a true multi-mission power projection from the sea. It pairs 5th-generation survivability with major advances in network-enabled mission systems, reliability, and interoperability. Designed as a first day of the warfighter, the F-35C is built to dominate both air and surface threats while surviving the most challenging threat environments of today.
Want to give a quick shout out to the Rumble chat. We are live on Rumble as well as YouTube. Matt Morse TV, both locations. Shout out the Rumble chatters and shout out the YouTube chatters. Everybody, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for sharing this lovely Sunday here with me. Like I said, I was considering taking the day off. I said, you know what? I'd rather hang out with you guys than just sit around and do nothing all day and be a couch potato. Instead, I'll be a Rumble potato. I'll be a YouTube potato with you guys. And we're coming in hot. Look at that. Wow, that is just so impressive. That is so impressive, man. It was my high school dream to become a pilot, and then I just ended up becoming a YouTuber. And then I just became a YouTuber instead, and a Rumbler. Then I became a Rumbler instead. I think every young boy at some point wants to be a pilot. Don't you think? Pilots are pretty cool. It's a pretty cool job. Can't deny that.
The next approach is the F-18 Super Hornet, a 4th-generation aircraft and the workhorse of the U.S. Navy. With a wingspan of 45 feet and touching down with over 100 knots, the arresting wires across the deck will bring it to a speed of down to 0, allowing it to stop within a few hundred feet. This clears a way for any following aircraft with an ideal interval of 55 seconds.
Oh. We kind of lost our feed there. Hey, turn the camera. Okay, we got him. We caught him. There you have it. Girls, too. Listen, I'm not trying to be a misogynist here. I actually don't think every young girl wants to be a pilot. I would bet for every one young girl that wants to be a pilot, there are like 100 young boys that want to be
Ladies
a pilot.
and gentlemen, we'd like to now recognize the hard men and women that are working on the flight deck operations to make the flight ops possible on an aircraft carrier. If you look around, you will notice a wide array of different colored jerseys and float coats running around the deck of the carrier. These are the people that make things happen out here on a day-to-day basis. They are the reason the George H.W. Bush Strike Group team can achieve our full combat capability anytime, any place. These are just a few of the people that make the aircraft carrier flight operations possible. The true strength of the Carrier Strike Group comes from the dedicated men and women who work tirelessly to maintain these impressive machines every day. Our next demonstration will be an F-18 organic refueling capabilities. Here you will now see an aircraft coming into the pattern who is operating on a low fuel state and will be forced to discontinue his approach.
All right, okay. This will be a little bit mechanical here. We'll take a look at this. Can I adjust the bit rate? It's kind of blurry. This is actually the best we can do. The feed over here we have on the bottom right is just a blown up, it's the duplicate of the video we have up in the top. And it really is just the best that we have right now. If somebody has a dedicated feed of this video, I would pull that up. But I haven't seen one. I think this next one is going to be pretty cool here. All right, pay attention here.
The pilot is now executing a wave-off from the carrier indicating a foul deck. A foul deck means that there is an obstruction in the landing area, and for the safety of those on the deck and the aircraft coming in to land, the approach has been aborted. The airborne refueling aircraft has been set to hawk our low-fuel aircraft in the pattern during their attempt to land. Since they were unable to come aboard, they are on low fuel, and it is up to the tanker aircraft to expeditiously join and refuel the aircraft to give it another chance to land.
They need to hire me to be the camera guy. We need a new camera guy out here.
If you follow the path of the low-fuel aircraft on the port side of the ship, you will see the tanker setting up in position to set up for air-to-air refueling. Now it is up to the pilot with the low-fuel aircraft to steel his nerves and execute a precise and controlled connection, inserting the refueling probe into the drogue basket of the tanker aircraft and flying a perfect formation to hold in basket and to receive enough fuel for another chance to land. Organic tanking has made it possible by the F-18 and has made Navy's operations in hostile theaters without divert airfields possible for the last two decades. This ensuring safe aircraft recovery and extends the operational range of the F-18 for long-range strikes.
One moment here. Okay, they've got nothing. Like I said, I really think we have the best that we're going to be able to get.
Next, we will witness the two F-35C Lightning II perform basic fighter maneuvers, commonly referred to as dogfighting. This is a tactic that has roots tracing back to the daring pilots of World War I. Each pilot will push their bodies and their aircraft to the extreme limits in order to achieve victory. Approaching from the bow and the stern, the fighters close in on each other at speeds exceeding 1,000 knots, beginning in the fight on neutral terms to determine the winner. The aircraft will fly past each other in a high aspect pass with just 500 feet separating them.
I've got a little something here, folks. Stand by. So this is an HD high-def feed of what they have up there on the big screen. It might not be perfectly time-synced. Might be a little bit. That's fine though. It is HD nonetheless. There's President Trump right there, Commander-in-Chief. He's looking around. He says, "Wow, what a crazy plane." At least it is HD nonetheless.
After the merge, each fighter will look to max perform their aircraft by pulling to the load limit of the aircraft at 7.5 Gs. As they raid around and approach the next merge, each fighter is looking to cue and employ both the AIM-120 and AIM-9X missiles to take out their adversary and win the fight. Both fighters in a similar aircraft will look to capitalize on errors made by the other pilot to.
Why don't I just do this?
They will open their weapons bay doors.
That's probably much
and
smarter.
The fighter that has a positional advantage will max perform to get them behind their adversary and maintain the offensive position.
That makes a lot more sense.
After employing both the AIM-120 and the AIM-9X, the offensive fighter will not maneuver to execute a gain attack on their adversary in an attempt to gain a 1v1 engagement victory.
Now we can really see it all. This thing is coming in hot. It's doing something.
Paul Morgan, tell the audience what would 7Gs feel like?
Well, as a helicopter pilot, it would be bad. I think the max I've ever done is like 4 or 5 in flight school, but 7Gs is that'll make you tired.
The edge of human endurance.
I hear Steve Bannon.
Yeah, really absolutely.
Next,
really
we will see the E-2D up close and personal in flight. The E-2D is the Navy's premier carrier-borne, airborne early warning asset. It provides impressive radar detection ranges and works alongside the rest of the carrier's troop as the eye in the sky. Maintained atop the fuselage, you can see a large rotating dish. This is a powerful APY-9 radar that allows the E-2D to maintain situational awareness to the battle space. It plays a critical role in ensuring the carrier strike group defenses.
So this one here is allegedly remote piloted. Yeah, it's got a pilot on the ground, I believe.
During large-scale engagements, it is up to the E-2D that is providing crucial intelligence and direction to the aircraft engaged in the prosecution of threats and aircraft and surface vessels.
Well, maybe not. Actually, maybe not here. I'm just doing some research. It's actually quite an old plane. It was developed in the 1950s. Originally. Real quick here. Look at that. Oh, not happening.
a touch and go right there. President's down on the flight deck. It's
that's true.
It's pretty amazing.
That is true. President Trump is right down there.
Actually.
This is that original prototype. Look at that. This is early 1960s right here. Astounding. Really astounding.
See the arresting, the hook, the
Get
tail
a wire
hook
there.
right there.
Yep, caught it. Got it. Snatched it.
So, Paul, walk us through that. What that tail hook is there to catch the arresting gear? How difficult is that?
Well, it's, I was not a jet guy, but the aids to landing are so much better. And this is such a magnificent airplane that a lot of it's done glide slope wise. And the Admiral said it earlier, it's call the ball and they'll get you down. But one quick aside, you remember Jeff Strabel, right?
Sure.
His daughter is the E2 NFO in the last Top Gun.
Was the E2 NFO where?
In the last Top Gun movie, when Tom Cruise is talking to the E2, that's
wow. Wow.
I know. I thought I'd share that with you.
Strabel's daughter.
So cool, huh?
That.
I need to admit to something, everybody. I have never seen a single Top Gun movie. I haven't seen any of them. Not one, not even a segment of one. I probably should change that, to be honest. They're probably great.
That's the touch and go. You're at full throttle, so you just touch and go right back up. That's what they practice all the time before they teach them how to actually land it. Sonny, we've been three of those exercises off of San Diego where they're taking the pilots from Miramar, teach them how to land on carriers, right? A couple of three can do the touch and goes, but they can't do that.
The F-18.
They can't do that
Each
final
aircraft
one.
is equipped with the M61A1 Vulcan Gatling gun.
Okay, slow down. Slow
Weapon
down,
fires
okay.
20mm rounds at a staggering of 6,000 rounds per minute to precisely destroy small targets while minimizing collateral damage. The 20mm cannon is equipped with a semi-armor piercing high explosive incendiary rounds, which are fired at supersonic speeds to inflict heavy damage to their targets.
Reasonable assumption, he says. I can watch this all day. So could I. This is very cool. Thank you, by the way. Thank you very much.
Each aircraft will execute a well-honed strafe pattern, diving at nearly 30 degrees straight at the target and unleashing the Vulcan's firepower in a demonstration of the F-18's ability to prosecute targets even when all bombs are expended.
Sonny, where we had the close-in weapon system to put up that wall of steel.
I'll tell you something funny, though. My father-in-law, who's an old 70-something-year-old German man. You guys know my wife is German. He doesn't even speak. He barely speaks English. I've got to speak German to him, the little that I know. His favorite movie, my German father-in-law, he loves Top Gun. He loves them all. In fact, he came over here and visited America, and we went to the Boeing Museum right outside Seattle. He loved it. So my German father-in-law, he loves it. I haven't even seen any of them. I should. I do need to watch them. I haven't even seen them. Oh, look at that. All right, that's badass. Okay, undeniably badass. Yep. Very cool. Big Red Sky says, that's so un-American to have not seen Top Gun. I'm disappointed. Because I haven't seen a movie.
Navy's multi-mission workhorse helicopter. It has 2 auxiliary fuel tanks, and it can stay airborne for about 4.5 hours, about 2 hours without it. Its max speed is 180 knots. It can carry up to 23,000 pounds and 55 pounds of internal fuel. For special operation support, the MH-60 Sierra can insert and extract Navy Special Warfare personnel by fast roping or static line, as well as free-fall parachute. It also provides ISR capabilities, sniper overwatch, JTAC support, and helicopter visit, board, search, and seizure for maritime interdiction.
You know what?
The armament for the MH-60 Sierra includes the GAU-21 50 caliber gun with nearly 2-kilometer effective range of M24 7.62 millimeter guns with an effective range of 1,100 meters. When fully armed, the MH-60 Sierra can carry up to 8 AGM-114 Hellfire missiles with an 8-kilometer reach and 20-millimeter 3-barrel M197 Gatling gun with up to 38 rounds of unguided 2.75-inch rockets. Using the digital rocket launcher, this platform can fire precise rockets at about 5,000 meters.
Whoa!
Here we see the Sierra make 3 total approaches off a notional target off our port side, first employing their unguided rocket payload before circling around the ship at the end of the run. And now returning over the right shoulder, we'll see a combination of 20-millimeter machine guns, unguided rockets, and lastly, they will depart to the north prior to returning to suppress the area with crew surveying weaponry with 50 caliber machine guns to ensure target destruction.
Really, Justin, I mean, there's no other word than impressive. Just incredibly impressive. So do you think this is more entertaining to watch than the military parade? I believe it was the Army's 250th anniversary in D.C. They had that military parade maybe 2 months ago. That was very cool to watch.
The
also,
utility of those helicopters is pretty extraordinary. You've got anti-submarine helicopters. You have a whole different. Walk us through quickly what the different types of helicopters are, and how they add both of the. You got the surface combatants out there and the carrier.
You know, it's interesting, Steve. I managed both of those programs, the Romeo and the Sierra, as the IPT lead. We have only 2 helicopters now with the 53s. We ran a program called the Common Cockpit. The cockpits are virtually the same. That's the key. So training and how we get people through the pipelines is completely different than what used to be, where we all had stovepipe helicopters and training. The Sierra is more of the tactical insertion extraction. The Romeo now is the ASW Bird, anti-submarine Bird, but they both have guns and missiles now, and they're also NVG compatible, which they weren't for decades, unfortunately.
Folks, heads up. This naval show today is going to be going on for about another 45 minutes or about an hour. And then as you can see up in the top right, President Trump himself is going to step up to the podium here and give a speech. Allegedly, there's going to be some big announcement coming from the president, the POTUS, today as a part of this show as it relates to the military, to the Navy, to the Department of War. We don't know all the details, but you'll notice the title of today's broadcast is Trump's big announcement, or Trump's major announcement. That is scheduled for about an hour from now. And today we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Navy. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and like the broadcast. I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you. This really is cool. This doesn't happen every day. There he is. Speaking of which, there he is with the First Lady, the FLOTUS. Look at that. Look at that.
The F-18 pilots are now setting up for the minimum radius turn to the tail stand. With the max AB selected, the aircrew will select 90 degrees angle of bank and hold for 7.5 Gs for a 360 degrees of turn. At the end of the minimum radius turn, aircraft will max perform to the vertical, followed by a negative G pushover to return to level flights.
Beautiful.
Pilots are now setting up for the square loop as the Super Hornets approach through the show center at 350 miles an hour. The pilot will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times, flying a distinct square path through the sky.
Undeniable.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the left, the square loop.
Stuttering out a little bit there. Hey there, Corn Pop. Welcome to the show.
Admiral Massa, if you're in the deck of that carrier, or deck of that carrier like the president is right now, when it goes by in strafes, you can barely. It's pretty all-encompassing.
As the pilots push outbound, they are now setting up for the inverted whisper pass.
Little history lesson reminder here. Humans all across the world, they spent tens of thousands of years not flying until one day Americans invented flight. You remember that? Do you remember? Listen, we need to remind the world here. It was us. Humans were grounded for tens of thousands of years, and then along came America, and for the first time, the airplane was born. And here we are, and we're running the show with the space race. We're putting satellites up in space. We've got airplanes like this, cutting edge, state of the art. Listen, hey, that was us. That was us. Okay, we did that one.
Pass. The aircraft will pass show center at a 90-degree angle of bank and 200 feet and in maximum afterburner.
They didn't go to college either. The story I heard was that I believe it was Wilbur Wright was sickly as a child, and he during his teenage years, his formative years, he was stuck in a bed for years. And while he was stuck in this bed, he had some health issue. Couldn't leave the bed. He was bedridden for his childhood and teenage years. Outside of his window, he would watch these birds fly in, land on the tree right outside the window, and fly away. And he was jealous, and it made him mad. How can they fly, but I'm stuck in this bed? I'm in the bed, and the birds can fly around. And so he spent years reading biology books relating to birds. He studied bird biology. I kid you not, for years, for a decade or more. And that is what really compelled him to build this airplane with his brother, was being bedridden as a child and studying bird physiology. And then he did it. And then they actually did it.
F-35C, the Navy's newest variant Joint Strike Fighter. It is the only 5th generation aircraft in the Navy's inventory and combines stealth with sensor fusion. The C model differs from other F-35 variants with its larger wings, increased fuel capacity, added ailerons, and enhanced landing gear, giving it the unique ability to launch and recover from the aircraft carrier at sea. Serving as the pilot today for the demo will be Lieutenant Underdown, call sign BAM, from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Kind of an inspiring story when you think about it, yeah. Maybe it motivates somebody to pick up a book and stop watching so much damn TikTok. Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching now the F-35C repositioned for the minimum radius turn. As you're watching this, you will see that he was pressed in his seat. That's 7.5 times the force of gravity. To put that in perspective, during this maneuver, Bam's body weight will feel close to 1,500 pounds. During an aerial dogfight, the F-35C can execute extremely tight turns, giving the ability to rapidly reposition its nose and gain an advantage over the adversary.
Wow. That is just nuts.
To now demonstrate the agility of the F-35C, Lieutenant Underdown will approach for the tactical pitch. From a speed of 300 miles per hour, Bam will select full AB, roll the aircraft 45 degrees, and show the F-35's ability to rapidly reposition its nose at high speeds and high angles of attack. He will then climb in the vertical, demonstrating the power of the Lightning II as he accelerates away from the ground.
I mean, this is 7Gs. If the pilot passes out, he's just dead. The plane blows up. He crashes, right? Incredibly risky. Got to. Ooh. Good Lord.
The F-35 will now set up for the high-speed pass. Pulling 6 Gs back toward show line, he will then approach show center at 300 feet and 0.95 Mach. You may notice the white vapor coming off the aircraft, indicating it is approaching the speed of sound at nearly 750 miles per hour. The ability to ingress at low altitudes and high speeds enables pilots to avoid detection and preserve the element of surprise.
So, pardon my ignorance, does a plane like this have a gun on the front? You could have like a World War II style dogfight where you're trading fire, like machine gun fire mid-air? Or do fighter jets these days not even have guns like that? Is it all just missiles and rockets these days? I don't even know. Yes, they do. Okay, I'm seeing yes, they do. Okay. They all do. Okay. I thought maybe we might have, you know, like
Captain Morgan, what is 7
that.
Gs, if you weigh 1,500 pounds, how do you even function in the cockpit?
Well, they have G suits on, and the design of the seats is actually really good. You're leaning back a lot more than you used to. So to pull 4 Gs in like a T-34 is hard, but it's to pull 7 leaning backwards with a G suit on. It's going to feel like you had no G suit sitting in a 34 at about 4 Gs. That's about the way it feels. But you'll black out.
Wow.
That's the way it goes.
You will black out, man.
Oh, look at that.
These pilots are built different. They're built different.
Admiral Massa, what do we have right there?
I can't tell. It looks like I can't tell. It looks like a cruiser.
Hopefully, maybe we get a helicopter demonstration off the fantail. I would tell you one thing, Captain Morgan, as dangerous as it is for those fighter aircraft coming in on, as you guys used to do, with no visibility, no horizon, in the dead of night, is pretty dangerous when you got when the frigates and destroyers, those small landing decks, are bouncing around, correct?
It is, but your brother had a lot harder time than I did. Steve's brother was an H-2 pilot. I was an H-60 guy. 60s are so robust. They're just so much more stable than the old H-2. But it's challenging, but it's got its place in aviation. But the carrier stuff is really quite something.
For the culminating event of the Clean Air Power demonstration, all participating aircraft will return overhead the aircraft carrier for one final flyover. This formation represents the full complement of the carrier air wing, embodying the strength, precision, and professionalism of United States naval aviation. 14 war-ready aircraft will thunder across the sky in a disciplined wedge formation, while the MH-60 displays the colors of our nation, a solemn reminder of the freedoms we protect. Each aircraft is a vital instrument of our Navy's formidable warfighting capabilities, combining power, precision, and unwavering resolve. Together, they stand as a shield for America's interest, a testament to our credible deterrence, and if called upon, an overwhelming force.
Sir, he's just having fun. Look at that. He's just hanging around.
and the Polish government, or, for example, flooding grain into the Polish market.
Folks. Okay, we're back. Sorry. I don't know what that was. We're back. We're back. We are back.
Paul, is that where we're actually putting down a diver or putting down someone to actually rescue a pilot? Because Sonny had mentioned that or bringing up the real way when you have a man overboard during one of these exercises or in the fleet, and you get guys blown overboard all the time by the jets. The plane guard ship's right and back.
Oh, thank you, David.
But
thank you, David.
The best
Nash.
way actually to get them is by the helicopter. Can get them quicker because I can tell you, and Sonny I think will vouch for this. Very hard to see when you're blown overboard. That ocean is pretty vast. Even if you're on top of it, very hard to see. Still, the helicopter is the best way to rescue somebody. Correct?
It is, and the interesting part is they'll send an air crewman down on the hook to make sure if the who we're rescuing is hurt or disabled, that the air crewman will take care of the person and they'll both winch up together.
There he is.
There's the commander-in-chief. Did that whole exercise from the actual flight deck itself. Wow. Talk about in harm's way. Admiral Masso talked about the lamps. What that means.
Thank you, though.
They're come right there. The wedge. They're coming across now. The entire representative of the air wing itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for United States Naval Aviation.
Look at that.
Pretty impressive.
Look at that.
Always.
Impressive always.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's Sea Power demonstration, we stand united in awe and gratitude for United States Navy, a force forged in the crucible of history and the stalwart defender of American freedom for over 2 centuries. From the daring frigates of the Revolutionary War, which challenged the might of the British Empire, to the steel battleships that secured victory in 2 world wars, from the vigilant silent service of submarines during the Cold War to the swift carrier presence that projects power in today's global arena, the Navy has stood as the unwavering shield of our nation. These waters have been the proving grounds of heroes like John Paul Jones, whose legendary resolve declared, "I have not yet begun to fight." They echo with great valor of the Great White Fleet that carried America's message of strength and diplomacy throughout the globe. They remembered the sacrifice at Midway and Leyte Gulf, where fate and freedom was decided in the open seas and the skies above. Today, as we witness the might and precision of this modern fleet, we honor the generations of sailors who have answered the call to defend liberty and uphold justice. Their courage, skills, and dedication have preserved the peace and prosperity we cherish. To the men and women of the United States Navy, you are the inheritors of this proud legacy, the embodiment of America's promise to stand vigilant and strong against our nation's enemies. We salute your unwavering commitment, your honor, and your sacrifice. May your sails always catch the winds of victory. May your watch be ever steadfast. And may God bless the United States Navy and the United States of America.
Can't argue with that. So, folks, I believe that is going to be the end of this naval display here. Very cool. President Trump is scheduled to give a big speech.
Obviously, very impressive. In
about 50 minutes.
Commander-in-Chief, I think, will spend a few minutes with the crew.
Yeah, it's going to be about 50 minutes until we hear from Trump. And so, folks, here's what I think we can do. I think we can hang out. We're going to have 50 minutes to kind of just like bounce around and make sense of what's going on all around the world here. And then we're going to hear from Trump himself. Does that sound good? Today, we're just going to do some low-key hangout coverage. I'm sure we can find something to talk about here. Thank you all for being here today. Like I said, this morning I woke up. We've been doing a lot. I said, man, I might take the day off today. I said, nah, I'd rather go live and talk to you folks, to be honest with you. And so here we are. That was great. I thought that was pretty cool. I thought that was very cool. Well, we finished that. We talked about this freak here who was making death threats, folks. President Trump is coming on out. I'm gonna change the headline up here so people know exactly what's going on here. 3:30 p.m. Trump announcement. And this is going to relate to the Navy, to the U.S. military, and to the Department of War, is what I have been told. Let's put that up there, right there. I thought that was very cool. I don't watch a whole lot of content like that. I think a lot of people, they watch military YouTube videos or play, Battlefield video games. I really don't see a whole lot of that stuff. Frankly, I told you I haven't even seen the Top Gun movies. You guys got mad at me. Sorry. I'll watch them. I will watch them. I'll watch them. Don't worry. But anyway, I thought that was very cool. That was very neat. Very cool. Folks, keep in mind, guys, right here, that is President Trump and the First Lady, the FLOTUS. Look at that. Trump, First Lady, they are probably 15 yards away. 15 yards away from the tip of that wing. They are right down there. Getting a close-up look at that. Very cool. Wow. Really just astounding. Very cool. Front and center. In the front row. 1 hour ago, breaking update here, the DOJ has just criminally charged these individuals with using their vehicles to attack federal agents in Chicago yesterday. Did you guys see that video? We played it about an hour and a half ago. I might play it again here. What was this woman's name? It was Marimar Martinez. I'm going to play the video here because you guys need to see just exactly what these freaks are doing down here. They're putting people's lives in danger. The DOJ has now pushed charges on them. I want you to see firsthand what they did yesterday. Why are they having charges pushed? Well, I'll show you. These two individuals, Marimar Martinez and Anthony Ian Santos, Ian Santos. This is what they thought they might do yesterday afternoon. Take a look. This is them in the black SUV. The white truck is an ICE vehicle. So they are just crashing into the ICE truck. They are and it gets even worse. They are ramming into the back of this ICE truck. And it gets even worse. Look at that. Now they're up there on the side of the road in the construction zone. The ICE officer gets out, pistol drawn. Yeah. And then look. So another ICE vehicle comes up to try to ram him, to try to lock him down. That's another ICE vehicle. These psychos. Then they swerve away, trying to hit the ICE officer. This happened yesterday. Rewind. They swerve away, almost hitting that ICE officer. Running up over the curb. Just insane. And so the woman who is the driver, I believe, actually ended up getting shot. They actually start unloading into the vehicle. They start shooting these people. Good, by the way. Good. It is literally a self-defense situation. Neutralize the threat. And so now we have a closer up angle here. The only reason this stopped is because they started, mag dumping in the vehicle. Both of them are alive, as far as I can tell. At least the woman is. Marimar Martinez was her name, I believe. Unintelligent. Just really unintelligent behavior, yeah. To put it lightly. You're right about that. And they're locking down the scene. FOFO certified FOFO moment. This is why we need mass deportations, because who knows how many people like this we've got in the country. How many more Marimar Martinez's do we have in this country? Both have been charged with forcibly assaulting, impeding, and interfering with federal law. Forcibly assault. Listen, I would say attempted murder. These two freaks attempted to murder federal enforcement officers. Wouldn't you say? There's the video we just took a look at. This guy chimes in, or this woman, Susie. She says it's actually so much worse Miramar was doxing ICE agents and had a weapon. There should be more charges and they should be deported or have their citizenship revoked. I agree, man. We are at the point where some of these people, yeah, they are citizens, technically. I want to see some people have their citizenship revoked. President Trump can work a deal out with Uganda or something. Listen, Uganda, we're going to pay you $10,000 or $15,000. We're going to revoke citizenship. You take them. Hey, Uganda, you take them. We'll pay you $15,000 a person. They're your problem now. Do whatever you want with them. Okay? All right, deal. We work out a deal. Uganda. Okay, we can make a deal, Mr. Trump. Okay. Sorry. Okay. That sounds like a good deal to me. It's probably the cheapest option available. Welcome to Uganda. Madama Martinez, welcome. That sounds good to me. Maybe there's a better option here. I don't know. Folks, we've got we've got about 35 or 40 minutes here until President Trump comes on out and actually gives his speech. This is him arriving on board. Take a look. That aircraft carrier before the show got started. Welcome aboard, Mr. President. Welcome aboard. He's on deck. This is him walking out of Air Force One earlier this morning. Wouldn't that be something special to get a ride on board Air Force One? That would be very cool. Once in a lifetime. That would be something else. Matt is onto something. Let's do it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Cheapest option for those that rammed the ICE vehicle would be brass, says Billdozer. Someone might say that. Someone could say such a thing. Such a thing could be said. South Africa might be better. Now, I don't know if you heard the news this morning. I want to share something with you. Speaking of South Africa, you reminded me. Thank you. We got breaking news this morning. President Trump plans to reduce the refugee admission ceiling into our country from 125,000 per year to 7,500 per year. And he has indicated that priority will be given to white South Africans fleeing South Africa from the racial persecution going on. There's a white genocide. There's a genocide going on. If you're a white person in South Africa, you probably need to get the hell out because they are butchering those people. What are they called? They're called the Boers. The Boer, the farmers, the white farmers down there. They're butchering them. And so Trump has said, listen, we're bringing them on in. Bring them in. Priority for white South Africans. And also beyond that, we're dropping the refugee cap from 125K down to 7.5K. I think that's a pretty good idea. Do you agree? I like that idea. I think all 7,500 should be white farmers from South Africa. Those guys are getting brutalized. Brutalized. By the way, hey, if you have not followed the Twitter page, make sure to follow the Twitter page. Everybody, right now, President Trump is going to be giving his announcement here in about 40 minutes. T-minus 40 minutes. So right now, we're kind of on standby, folks. I think we might have an official stream coming out of the White House here any minute now. Now, I haven't seen this. I'll play this with you folks. We haven't talked about this at all. President Trump shared a powerful message in response to Hamas. This is uploaded on the official White House channel yesterday. I haven't seen this. I'll take a look at this with you folks. Pause that there. President Trump, what's going on?
I want to thank the countries that helped me put this together. Qatar, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Jordan, and so many others. So many people fought so hard. This is a big day. We'll see how it all turns out. We have to get the final word down in concrete. Very importantly, I look forward to having the hostages come home to their parents and having some of the hostages, unfortunately, you know the condition they're in, come home likewise to their parents because their parents wanted them just as much as though that young man or young woman were alive. So I just want to let you know that this is a very special day, maybe unprecedented in many ways. It is unprecedented. But thank you all, and thank you all to those great countries that helped. We were given a tremendous amount of help. Everybody was unified in wanting this war to end and seeing peace in the Middle East. And we're very close to achieving that. Thank you all, and everybody will be treated fairly.
I'll tell you what, it is hard to be optimistic given the 3,000-year-long history of mayhem in the Levant. If President Trump is able to really establish a long-standing peace here, that really will be something else. I think there are a lot of problems and speed bumps that can pop up, a lot of unforeseen things that can pop up along the way, but President Trump here seems optimistic. He seems like he thinks he's made out a deal. He's got the F-35 pin on right there. That's right. Am I a human? I am a human. I am indeed a human. Another human here is Kristi Noem, who I just see right now, posted a message speaking to J.B. Pritzker, who are operating sanctuary states and sanctuary cities. Take a look.
You know, I'm shocked by Governor Pritzker and his willingness to let murderers and rapists run his state and have a free-for-all against the people that live in there without making it safe for families. And that's what has been the most shocking to me, is to see these local governors and mayors not stand up for law and order. That we will go into Chicago, we will go into Portland, and we'll make sure we have the backs of our law enforcement. And that's what the Department of War is providing for us. When we go out and do operations and the local law enforcement are told to stand down, that they can't be there for us, it's extremely dangerous for these ICE officers, for these CBP agents that are out there trying to help go after these dangerous criminals. So we will use President Trump's methods and his abilities to deploy a whole of government approach, which means the Department of War will come in and help provide that security so we can continue to do our work.
Please clean up Portland. Listen, I just want President Trump and the Trump administration, DHS, ICE, National Guard. Listen, how many American cities are infested with literal domestic terrorists? These are Antifa members. Not just illegal aliens, not just criminally affiliated narco-terrorist, human trafficking, child smuggling illegal aliens, but also now domestic terrorists. Yeah, we have a problem. I think President Trump should make use of the National Guard. That's their purpose. Does our nation need to be guarded? Yeah, well, we've got guys for that. They're called the National Guard. Now, I guess this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we've had some concerns over leakers inside of the Pentagon. There's a story going around right now about Pentagon leakers. It's happening again. And what I'm seeing here is that Pete Hegseth this morning issued a direct statement to these Pentagon leakers. Pete Hegseth, what is going on here?
This is cool. This is a rare live picture aboard the USS George H.W. Bush.
I want to get right to the leakers. Here it is.
Coming out of the Pentagon.
Obviously, they're not helpful. They're not legal. If someone's handing over or providing information that is classified or otherwise not for disclosure, that's a problem. So we're doing everything we can protocol-wise to make sure that those are minimized. And unfortunately, we live in an era where people do things like that. Journalists solicit things like that, which I think is disgusting. When journalists are saying, hey, send us classified information, that's why we have a policy at the Pentagon around what kind of conduct journalists will have in the building, too. We take these things very seriously, and leaks are a problem. We're going to try to address them.
And would you start using polygraphs to stop the leaks?
I think we'll use whatever tools we need.
Here's what I think real quick about what is the best way to stop the leaker problem. I think you've got to go Old Testament. I think you've got to go a little bit medieval, a little bit draconian on just one or two of them. If you really make an example and send a message, this is what happens if you are deliberately, not accidentally, deliberately, intentionally leaking information to undermine and subvert President Trump's America First agenda. I think if you just make an example out of one or two of them, then it all stops. Then it just completely stops because nobody wants that to happen to them. Okay? I think really it's a pretty easy problem to solve, but you just have to have the fortitude to really do it.
Ultimately, especially with our own service members who can never be party to that, or our own civilians who can never be party to leaking. We're setting clear rules at the Pentagon. We're not playing games. We're not allowing everybody to roam around the building. You know, that was the policy before, Peter. If you were a Pentagon reporter, you could just walk around the building. No badge, no escort, no nothing. Walk into offices, talk to anybody.
Life in prison. Oh, sir, you are much more lenient than I am. You're a much nicer guy than I am.
Who knows where there's classified information? We're making the rules more like you might say the White House. Can you roam the White House wherever you want?
Typically not without getting a Secret Service guy up in my grill.
So we're just normalizing it. Yes, you can be in the press area, briefing room, but if you want to move around the building, you're going to have a badge. It's going to be clear. You're going to be escorted when you do so, and we have expectation that you're not soliciting classified or sensitive information. I think the American people see things like that as absolute common sense. The Pentagon Press Corps can squeal all they want. We're taking these things seriously. They can report. They just need to make sure they're following rules.
Do you trust you inherited a whole huge department? Hundreds of thousands of people work there. The people in your part of the Pentagon, do you trust them?
Well, I think all those folks that we serve with, uniform and civilians, all raise their right hand to defend the Constitution. They swore an oath. We expect them to uphold that oath. So, of course, we trust them until they give us reason not to believe they're not upholding that constitutional oath. So there's a lot of trust that goes into, I'm not wearing the uniform, I used to, but all these guys around us, all these guys on the field who wear that uniform, that comes with trust. Of course I trust them. I want them to execute to secure our nation until they give us a reason not to. But I tell you, I gave a speech about how we need to...
Folks, we're going to finish this video. This is an interesting story. We need to talk about leakers. There is another emergency breaking news story we're going to talk about in 2 minutes. Stand by. Thank you.
Uphold standards and raise standards and do PT and all that. But that's because the vast majority of those who serve our nation are incredible men and women of integrity who will uphold that oath. And I'm proud to be able to speak for them.
Last one. There is an account on X that forecasts or tries to forecast military action based on how busy the pizza places are around the Pentagon. Next time there's going to be an airstrike, have you guys thought about maybe just going to the cafeteria?
I'm aware of that account. I haven't thought of just going to the cafeteria. I've thought of just ordering lots of pizza on random nights just to throw everybody off. Some Friday night when you see a bunch of Domino's orders, it might just be me on an app throwing the whole system off so we keep everybody off balance. Trust me, we look at every indicator. There's a reason Midnight Hammer worked, because we understood open source, we understood classified ways in which the public and others are trying to watch movements, and in sensitive ways we controlled for a lot of that in ways that only the U.S. government can do it. I mean, President Trump says this all the time. There's only one military that can do what we do, which is why it's such a solemn responsibility for me to make sure the leaders this military have are leaders they deserve, who uphold the same standards as a 4-star as they would at a private. And actually underreported about that Quantico speech wasn't just generals, it was also senior enlisted leaders, top NCOs, who are the ones that enforce standards. And in fact, a lot of their heads were nodding the most. They're like, yeah, thank you for letting us do our job to make sure our formations are what they should be. Because you remember Giuliani in New York, the broken windows theory of policing? If you don't police the small stuff, if you let...
Speaking of Rudy Giuliani, New York City, we need to have maybe an uncomfortable talk. He had a controversial policy. It was called Stop and Frisk. And everybody said, oh, it's this, it's that, it's racist, it's a fascist, whatever. You know what, though? You can call it whatever name you want. It worked. Undeniably, Stop and Frisk was one of the most effective anti-crime programs in American history. Stop and Frisk worked incredibly well. You can call it whatever mean, nasty name you want. It worked.
The beards go, and the bellies go, and the uniforms go, and the fitness standards go. Pretty soon the big stuff goes. Because our whole military is premised on unit cohesion and unity of mission. That's why diversity is our strength. It's such a dumb slogan. It's the dumbest slogan of all time. No, our strength is our unity. It's our clarity. It's the mission we share, love of country, and an understanding that we're in this uniform. I'm looking at folks right over there wearing this uniform. It's a point of pride. It's about doing something greater than yourself to serve the nation when you could do 1,000 other things. We're going to do right by that responsibility. Those men and women are not civilians. They're members of the military. They're in the profession of arms. They live by a code we don't expect civilians to live by. That code is back. And at every echelon, we're going to live by that and lead by that. President Trump has set that tone, and we're going to continue doing it.
I want to see these leakers get punished. We're talking about leakers here. Punishment. Now, folks, this is the story. This is going to... I'm trying to make sense of this personally. We've got some stuff to talk about here. It's coming out in a couple different ways. It seems to me that President Trump here has ordered this morning that National Guardsmen from California get deployed to Portland and Chicago. Portland, Oregon, and Chicago, Illinois. Now, we've had a radically progressive federal judge yesterday afternoon issue a ruling saying that President Trump can't deploy the Oregon State National Guard to Portland. He tried to send 200 of them. The judge got involved. Radically progressive judge said, no, you're not allowed to do that. So Trump, now he's trying to make a pivot. He's doing another play here. Trump is saying, well, then maybe I can send California State National Guard into Oregon, and he's going to ship them over to Illinois. And so I'm going to be honest with you. Frankly, I don't know the legal implications here. We're going to break all of this down. Gavin Newsom is having a total meltdown here. I want to break this down. Breaking, Gavin Newsom says President Trump is still deploying 300 National Guard to Portland in the face of the judge's ruling, and that he's going to sue President Trump. The Guard is there to quash a rebellion. Gavin is in on the seditious conspiracy. Is that true? Yeah, I say so. This is Gavin Newsom himself, right from the Newsom's mouth. He says, after a federal court blocked Trump's attempt to federalize the Oregon National Guard, Donald Trump is now deploying 300 California National Guard into Oregon. They are on their way right now. We are taking this fight back to court. The public cannot stay silent in the face of such reckless and authoritarian conduct. Frankly, I don't know if this is, do we have historical precedent for this? Do we know if a president has done this? I don't know, honestly, the constitutional implications here. So I think there's really only one thing to do. I think we got to ask Grok. I'm going to take this to Grok. I want to see if this has ever been done throughout American history. Has a sitting U.S. president ever deployed a state's National Guard into another state without either governor's approval? Because that really is the big question here. Without either of the two states' governor's approval. It's one thing to deploy California to Oregon. It's another thing to have no approval from either governors. Can he do that? Let's find out. I'm curious. Of course, Grok isn't the end-all be-all definitive definer of reality. But maybe this will lead us in the right direction here. Grok says, no, there is no historical precedent for a sitting U.S. president deploying one state's guard into another state without the approval of either governor. Okay. Key context and historical precedents. The National Guard operates a dual state federal structure. Governors control it in state activity, duty, or Title 32 status for missions like disaster response, while presidents can federalize it under Title 10 for national emergencies, overriding the governor's control. That has happened. We do have a national emergency. My opinion is he can do this. He can do this. However, federalizations for domestic civil unrest authorized by the Insurrection Act of 1807 are Antifa and all of these illegal aliens and all of the radically progressive state and city legislators engaging in an insurrection. I think so. I think they, deliberately, these governors, these sanctuary city mayors are undermining the democratic will of the American people. They are undermining the federal government here. They are operating in direct and open defiance of federal immigration law. I think so. I think they are. I think this is an insurrection. They're aiding and abetting domestic terrorists and literal invaders. Yeah. Now, it goes on to say this has always been limited to within state deployments, never crossing state lines in the manner described. You have a couple times that that the National Guard has been used in opposition of governors. Little Rock, the 1962 integration, racial integration, Detroit riots, Los Angeles riots. And none of these times, not a single governor approved of any of that. President did it anyway. But still, this is within the state. It is that state's National Guard. So there doesn't seem to be any historical precedent for deploying, California Guard into Oregon without either governor's approval. This is, as they say, novel. This is curious. It's never been done before, as far as I can tell. Governor Newsom is having a meltdown. Everybody knows. Now, I see this. The liberals, the radical progressives are going to be pissed off about this one. Now, I'm trying to see, when is this video from? This is posted this morning. Breaking: President Trump orders 300 National Guardsmen to Illinois. So it seems like he's doing it to Chicago. He's saying, hey, Gavin Newsom, you mind if I borrow your National Guard? Because I'm going to send them up into Portland and into Chicago. Newsom, thank you for the National Guard, Governor Newsom. He's sending them into Chicago also, not only Portland.
Mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you
This video is a couple weeks old. I remember this. I'll play it anyway.
You lose. Look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that.
So this is him saying a couple weeks ago he's going to do it. He wants to do to Portland and to D.C. I'm sorry, Portland and Chicago what he did to D.C. Somebody in the live chat here, I'm trying to find where you were. It doesn't exactly one-to-one relate to what we're talking about today, but it is one of my favorite American historical stories. Somebody said Andrew Jackson, Battle of New Orleans. Do you guys know the story of Andrew Jackson, the Battle of New Orleans? I'm going to try to remember this off of memory, so I'm sorry if I get some fuzzy details wrong, but little American historical lesson. There's a reason why Andrew Jackson was one of my favorite presidents. In fact, no disrespect to Trump, he might be my single favorite president. Andrew Jackson, I need to give you the pretense here. Andrew Jackson, during the Revolutionary War, he was a 14-year-old boy. He was too young to fight in the Revolution, but he said, I'm going to do it anyway. He wanted to help fight off the British as a 14-year-old boy. And so he just showed up and picked up a gun and was helping fight. They told him, hey, you got to go home, kid. He did it anyway. Now, he was actually captured by the British, and in captivity, there was a British general that beat and abused him and whipped him and slashed him with his blade, and actually slashed him so hard. Andrew Jackson, as a young boy, slashed his forearm with a sword so ferociously that Andrew Jackson had hand neurological issues until the day he died. He had a messed up hand because of this saber slash from this British general that sort of kept him as a slave during the war, as a young slave. Now, anyway, America wins the revolution. Flash forward, the British, a couple decades later, in the War of 1812 or 1815, 1812, I think. Somebody correct me. The point is, the British come back, and at this point, Andrew Jackson probably hates the British more than anybody else in the entire country. The British also killed his mother and also wounded his brother during the war. Andrew Jackson has a grudge. He hates the British. In fact, he was so full of British hatred that he was actually, as an adult now, 1812, as an adult, Andrew Jackson was also kind of turned away from the U.S. military. They said, listen, dude, you don't follow orders. You're kind of a little bit, you're like a rabid dog. Your emotions are getting involved. You hate the British. You're kind of out of control. So he was turned away. Now, this is where we talk about when the British invaded New Orleans. The British are coming back, 1812. They invade New Orleans. And Andrew Jackson, because he was turned away from the military, the official U.S. military, he put together his own group of kind of ragtag, almost vigilante fighters, fellow British haters. He had other people like him that had been abused during the war that hated the British. He had even some Native Americans were involved in his little ragtag group. Now, when the British invaded New Orleans, the U.S. military they weren't in the region. They weren't properly equipped to defend New Orleans from this British invasion. Andrew Jackson and his boys, his ragtag group of rebels, they were in the area. Andrew Jackson said, hey, listen, if you give us the go-ahead, I will save New Orleans from the British. This is his message to the U.S. federal government. Federal government at the time, they said, you know what? We're just going to turn a blind eye. Do whatever you need to do. And so Andrew Jackson, him and his ragtag group of renegades here, they perched up on the hills outside of New Orleans and they watched the British come in. It was a misty morning, early at dawn, and the British came marching in, thousands of them. And I believe the number was 3,000. And Andrew Jackson, he just had 200 or 300. And they butchered all of them. They single-handedly, just a small group of them, led by Andrew Jackson, they saved New Orleans from the British invasion, sort of without the explicit permission of the federal government, and not a single Brit survived when they invaded because Andrew Jackson held down the city. He repelled the invasion single-handedly with this group of ragtag renegades. They shouldn't have abused that boy when he was 14. That was a big mistake. Yeah, it totally caught him by surprise. Anyway, that was our random American history lesson of the day. Little bit tangential as it relates to all of this. But anyway, that's one of my favorite American history lessons. Andrew Jackson is one of my favorite presidents. Andrew Jackson was a real, dare I say, alpha male, Giga Chad. He really was something else. And then he ended up becoming president later on. And then after him was another one of my favorite presidents. Immediately after Jackson was President Polk, who was a 4-year president who won America, the Mexican-American War. Everybody calls it the Mexican-American War. I call it the American-Mexican War. I put America first. I reject the Mexican-American War. No, it's the American-Mexican War. We won. We won that war. And we were gracious enough to give them back northern Mexico. Generously, we gave it back to them. Seems like they've gotten a little bit ungrateful down there, but we did give it back to them. Now, folks, President Trump is going to be speaking on out here in 15 minutes. He's going to be making this big announcement as it relates to the U.S. military, U.S. Navy, as it relates to the Department of War. And that's going to be happening in 15 minutes. So we are waiting for President Trump to go live here, I believe. I need to kind of clean up my... Yeah, this is where he's going to be giving this speech. We've got on the ground coverage right now. I'm going to pull this up here. I need to kind of clean up my browser here. Bear with me here for a minute. You got to know your American history, folks. I'll tell you what. I don't know. I'm 31. You guys tell me. I think most of you are probably older than me. Let's compare our public school education. When I was going to public school, we didn't really learn about any of these great patriotic American stories about why America really is great, about why America is the greatest country in the history of this world. We didn't really learn that. We learned about why America is evil. We learned about why America and white Americans are terrible, slavery, the slave trade. We genocided the Native Americans, blah, blah, blah. We talked a lot about why America is irredeemably bad, but we didn't really talk about any of these really great, beautiful American stories. We are the greatest country. We have contributed more to this world, culturally, technologically, medically, whatever. We have contributed more to this world than any other nation ever. We are the greatest country in the history of this world. We didn't talk a lot about that, though. I have a little bit of a conspiracy. It's almost like the public school system doesn't want Americans to be patriotic. It's almost like the public school system in this country doesn't want Americans knowing their own history and how noble and great and brave and awesome our history really is. It's almost like they're trying to conceal that from us. They're trying to brain control, mind wash, and brain control an entire generation of young Americans. They don't want them knowing. No, sorry, I'm trying to get a grip on our live broadcasts here. I got to clean house a little bit. I'm going to leave this up here on the screen just for a second. 52. Okay. You guys are older. You said 52 years old. My high school teachers, may he been old and alcoholic, but we learned math and reading, not about gay pride. Well, yeah, education's changed a little bit these days. That's good for you. I think it has changed a little bit. You see a lot of young American families are preferring to do homeschooling these days. And you can't blame them. Private school, Montessori school, Catholic school, homeschool. A lot of people are saying this whole public school thing, maybe it's not the best. It also, though, it totally depends on your school district. Some school districts are better than others. They're not all equally as bad. Some of them are really. Nope, sorry, my bad. Some of them really are just nuts. Oops, what the hell did I just do? I don't know. I'm going to put that right there. I'm going to put this up on the full screen here. Thank you, folks. Okay. President Trump is speaking out here pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. One of the best things I've done in my life is really research and try to deep dive American history as an adult. Your interaction with history as an adult, your understanding of it is much different than your understanding of history or your ability to grapple with it as like a 10-year-old, right? Your understanding is just your depth is much different. And so I suggest, go back and read a couple American history books as an adult. I think it's an important thing. Now, I really should also, we have a minute here. It's a good time to take a look at some super chats because I think I've been falling behind here. I see Susie Estrada, $20 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a whole lot. I think I got that one. Curtis, he says, Trump could use state reserve units. They serve a federal mission if they can't use the National Guard. That may be a possibility. That could be the case. And of course, as we have seen already, is that, these radically progressive cities and states, they can't do anything about the DHS. DHS, too bad. ICE, we're going in. You can't do anything to stop that. Can't stop that. If Trump, as an extreme hyperbolic example, if Trump had 10,000 ICE agents at his disposal right now, he could send every single one of them into the streets of Portland, and there's nothing they could do about it. We don't have quite that many ICE agents yet. Maybe give it a couple more months. Right now, they are hiring. Give it a couple months, but these DHS and ICE guys, they can't do anything about it. National Guard, a little bit more complex. We're still working through that, as you can see. As you can see. Now, Kevin Spears, he says, I'm a 45-year-old disabled veteran. We could be having the greatest rebirth of this country right now, but Democrats everywhere are sabotaging it. When is it considered treason at what they are doing? Listen, I'll tell you something. I just can't fathom how these sanctuary city mayors and sanctuary state governors are not being held in contempt of the federal government. You call it sedition, you call it treason, you find the right word for it. But I just can't believe that this whole sanctuary city, sanctuary state dynamic has gone on for so long in direct and open defiance of the federal government, in open defiance of the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution, in open defiance of the democratic will of the American people. We have all voted time and time and time again to shut down the border, carry out deportations, to stop funding these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states, and still it persists. Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah, we got to do something about it. Seems like Trump, it's a long process. There's legal hurdles. It takes time. You got to put the plan together. You got to execute the plan. Every single step of the way, some radically progressive judge in the federal judiciary, they're going to pop up and do something about it. You might notice Trump's leash, so to speak, is getting a little bit longer every single day. And the reason why is because the Supreme Court keeps getting involved time and time again. He has now scored 21 consecutive victories in the Supreme Court. You have all these radically progressive judges in the federal judiciary, lower federal courts. They're saying, no, Trump, you can't do that. We escalate it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says, actually, yeah, he's the president. He can do that. He's now racked up 21 consecutive Supreme Court victories. And with every single one of these victories, President Trump's leash, so to speak, gets a little bit longer. He can do a little bit more. You rewind what he's getting away with now, and not getting away with. Like, he is the chief executive of the country. It is his right to do these things. So it's not like he's getting away with it. It's his job. This is why we voted for him. But what he's able to do is increasing every single day, every single week, because the Supreme Court, thank God, has been ruling time and time again that, yeah, this is his job. He actually does have the constitutionally granted executive authority to do this stuff. Now, what do you notice? You notice with every single one of these Supreme Court cases that President Trump ends up winning, there is a problem. What is the problem? Despite winning 21 times in a row, I'll show you the problem. You've got three of them. You've got three big, fat, ugly problems right here staring at you in the face. We have three far-left radical extremists on the Supreme Court that time and time again have shown that they are unable to overcome their partisan bias, their extremely partisan biases, and actually interpret the Constitution in the proper way in defense of the country, in defense of the Republic, and in defense of the American people. And you know it's them. It's them every time, all three of them, every single time. Doesn't matter what the case is. Doesn't matter what the topic is. They will vote against Trump every single time. And really, when I say vote against Trump, Trump is a stand-in for us. It's not voting against Trump. It's voting against us, the American people. They have decided, these three on the Supreme Court have decided time and time again that all of us hardworking American taxpaying citizens, we need to forfeit over our nation to a bunch of illegal aliens. They have issued rulings time and time again saying, actually, we need to just hand our country over to a bunch of illegal alien criminals. No, we're not doing it. Actually, hey, you hardworking American citizen, these guys are just as American as you. Actually, these guys have just as much of a right to this country and taxpayer-funded benefits as all of you do. All of you that have lived your entire lives here, you've paid taxes your entire time. Your family, your ancestry goes back 400 years in this land, before this land even was called the United States of America. Actually, you need to turn the keys over to these guys. You got to pass the keys off to these guys. Yeah, no. How about no? How about just look at them. How about we don't do that? We have decided against that. Now I want to take a look. We have another super chat here from Kevin, tuning in every day. Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative of that. He says, we use the federal government shutdown to downsize the federal judiciary, decide which districts court to abolish or district judges to fire. Kevin, you have just reminded me of something I saw. I got to give credit. I could pretend that I came up with this idea, but I'm not going to lie to you guys. I try to be an honest person. Do you guys know who Mark Mitchell is of Rasmussen Reports? He is the chief pollster at Rasmussen. He posted something the other day, yesterday afternoon, and I could not agree more. I need to find this, man. This guy is posting. Okay, hold on. Just give me a minute here, folks. This guy is posting 10 million times a day. I'm trying to find the exact post. Mark Mitchell, you're dropping 15,000 posts a day, man. Give it a rest. I'm trying to find here. Okay, well, you know what? Listen, he's posting too much. I'm going to give it a break. Listen, what he said was, while the government is shut down, the Senate Republicans should activate the nuclear option, which would reduce the threshold needed to pass almost every type of bill from 60 down to 50, with J.D. Vance being the tiebreaker. Activate the nuclear option and just start passing bills left and right. Just save the country. Save the country now. Just start every single day. Pass a new bill, new, small, concise bills. You can do it. Go nuclear. Take advantage of the shutdown every single day, 10 times a day. Pass a bunch of one-page bills. Pass 10 one-page bills a day. Save the country. Operation Patriot is a go. Make use of the shutdown here. What do you think about that? I think that sounds like a pretty good idea. That sounds like a good idea to me. Now, are they going to do that? No, of course they're not going to do that. These congressional Republicans, they are still scared of setting the precedent. Well, if we go nuclear, what if the Democrats go nuclear? Guys, they have already promised, the Democrats have already, Chuck Schumer has told us to our face that they will go nuclear. The next time the Democrats have control of the House and the Senate and the White House, they will go nuclear. They have sworn they will do it. What do you mean precedent? And by the way, the nuclear option was first invoked by the Democrats. Then it was used for the second time by the Democrats. They opened up the can of worms, and they have said they're going to do it again. They're going to go all out full nuclear, totally nuclear. They're going to go Chernobyl nuclear, Fukushima nuclear, the second they're back in control of the country. So what do you mean? What do you mean precedent? They've already sworn that they're going to do it anyway. Save the country. Save the country. Save the nation. We got the chance now. And when I say now, I mean now. I don't mean a year and a half from now, because there's no promise. Who knows what happens? We might lose the House. We might lose the Senate. We might lose the White House in 2.5 years. I don't know. I think we probably won't. I bet we won't. But we could, which is why we got to do it now. Got to do it now. Now, by the way, folks, speaking about now, President Trump here is set to make an appearance and give a speech. He's going to be giving a long speech here in T-minus 1 minute. That's when he's scheduled, at least. Might be a couple minutes late. That's fine. But really, that's the main event of the show. I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. If you could do me a quick, if you could do me a quick favor here, folks, this is a one-man show, one-man broadcast. I do not have a multi-million-dollar studio or a production team or an editing staff, one-man operation. So the reason I say that is because whatever type of support you can, like the video, subscribe to the channel. We are live on Rumble. Follow, subscribe, Matt Morse TV here, Matt Morse TV there. It really does help a lot. It really does help a lot. I'm just a regular guy like you guys, really. And so we're out here doing the best we can. So hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I see this comment that says you're 100% going to lose the House. I think we actually, okay, obviously I have my bias. I am on the right. I'm very far to the right, but I can put that bias aside, and I can look at the numbers, look at the playfield here. I think the Republicans are going to keep the House. I think even if you're a Democrat, I think you must acknowledge. I think the Republicans are going to keep the House. The Democrats just lost 2, maybe 3 House seats in Texas, because Texas just got rid of their racial gerrymandering. You need to keep in mind the Supreme Court in the next 2 months is going to be looking at the constitutional interpretation of racial gerrymandering. Every single state in the nation might lose their racially gerrymandered voting districts. If that, you need to understand, Democrats, keep in mind, there is a Supreme Court case coming up in the next couple months by the end of the year, they've promised. If the Supreme Court strikes down racial gerrymandering, the Democrats are going to be losing 22 seats in the House. 22 seats. That's not just my opinion. That is a fact. Feel free to fact check me on this. Depending on how the Supreme Court rules on this, Democrats might be down 22 seats. And by the way, if the Democrats lose 22 seats, what does that mean? That means the Republicans gain 22 seats. They already lost 2 or 3 down in Texas. And then on top of that, as if that wasn't enough, President Trump right now, the Trump admin is looking to conduct another national census to kick illegal aliens off of the census. I believe if they conduct another census before midterms, I want to say the Democrats would lose 12. I think they would lose 12 seats. I believe. That one I'm a little bit less certain on. I made a video about that a couple months ago. And so there, anyway, the point is there are multiple things going on right now. Really, I just think the Democrats, and then you can talk about national sentiment. Trump's approval rating is still above water. He's still 52% 9 months in. Actually, this is from Rasmussen. President Trump's approval rating 9 months into his second term is 1% higher than Barack Obama was 9 months into his first term. Guys, Trump's approval rating right now is tracking higher than first term Obama. Do you understand? That is wild. That is nuts. Even the biggest Trump hater, it's like, you can't deny the numbers. That is, I saw that and I couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe it. I said, really? I had to rub my eyes. And then we're also trying to do voter ID laws across the country. So it's a lot of things. Like I said, I think that the Democrat Party really is facing, I think you have to call it an existential crisis. The Democrat Party is in total freefall right now. They don't have a leader. It looks like it's probably going to be Gavin Newsom. What bullshit you are spitting, Matt. Listen, dude, have you tried winning? Have you tried stopping being such a sore, whiny loser and actually winning? You guys lost the House, you lost the Senate, you lost the White House, you lost every single swing state in the nation. You can dislike what I'm saying. Donald Trump won the popular vote for the first time in 20 years as a Republican. Every single state in the nation voted red in 2024 at a higher rate than they voted in 2020. Every single state in the nation. You know what? I'm going to bring up the proof here. You guys, listen, you Democrats, you can be mad about it, but you need to get a grip. You guys do not have a plan. You guys are failing. That is President Trump right there. President Trump is inside of that, I believe. It's called an osprey. That's the presidential osprey. That's a little replay there. Okay, I just real quick, I want to add some context to what I was talking about. This is from the New York Times. This is not, I'm not lying about this. quite literally, every single state in the nation had a right-leaning shift in the 2024 election when compared to 2020. I'm not saying that every single state voted red, of course not, but every single, all 50 of them voted more red at a higher rate in 2024 than in 2020. Listen, if you're a Democrat, you got to come up with a plan. You have to understand, you guys are losing. You are losing. You got to do something. I hope that you do change your plan. I hope you guys have a come to Jesus moment and figure out, wow, we suck. Wow, nobody wants what we have. Wow, our policy, our radically progressive policy, nobody wants it. You guys are effed in like 10 different ways. I've just highlighted 6 or 7 of them. You guys got to do something. I really hope that the Democrat Party has a major reformation, because you guys most certainly do not represent the American people. Maybe, perhaps, your problem is that you guys chose to represent a bunch of illegal aliens and domestic terrorists. Guess what? Representing illegal aliens and domestic terrorists is intolerable. It is offensive to the sensibilities of Americans. We do not want that. We've had enough. That's why we rose up and took the country back. Every single swing state. Every single state voted red at a higher rate. The House, the Senate, the White House. We took it all, the popular vote. There's not a single thing that the American people did not take back from all of you radically progressive freaks. We rose up. We've had enough. Patriots are in control. We've had enough of it. Folks, President Trump is coming on out here any minute. We just saw him land. He's coming out any minute. You can see it looks like he's disembarking out of the presidential osprey up there. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you can think I'm a dick. You can think I'm I don't call me whatever you want. You call me a fascist. You call me whatever you want. You can't call me a liar. You can't say you're wrong. You can think I'm rude about it. You can think I'm some right-wing extremist. You call me whatever you want, but you cannot call me a liar. I'm not lying about this stuff. I think we are going to see President Trump come walking down those this stairway right here any second now. To be fair, maybe I am a little bit of a dick sometimes. A little bit. I'm a little bit rough around the edges. That's okay. I think probably all of us are. That's what it means to be an American. I think Americans, all of us, are a little bit rough around the edges sometimes. But you know what? Doesn't mean we're bad people. That's just how we do it. Turn that audio down here for a minute. I will say again, everybody, thank you for tuning in today. Really a special day. Navy 250-year anniversary, and President Trump is coming down. Some special announcement. We are expecting a special announcement today. So really, genuinely, thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate it, folks. Thank you. We really do. Listen, no offense to everybody else, but we here, we've got the #1 community. No disrespect to all the other communities out there, but it's us. It is us. Undeniably so. Stephanie Wilson says, we are in a continuity of government since 2017. Trump is CIC now. He has lost control. He has lost control over all federal and state military, including National Guard. I'm not sure exactly if I agree with that. I'll tell you what, though. kind of tangentially related. I think having the 2020 election stolen from him was probably the best thing that could have happened. In a weird, very curious, ironic twist of fate, what happened with the 2020 election, as it would turn out, has probably been one of the biggest blessings in all of American history. It is very possible that Trump would have had a lame duck second term. He had a lot of issues with staffing and personnel, a lot of rhinos undermining him in his first term. I think what happened is that Trump, they made a mistake. They pissed him off. They pissed him off. They pissed us off. They pissed off enough Americans with what they did by stealing that election. And we have come back, Trump has come back with a vengeance, with a ferocity that frankly wasn't there the first time. Their plan has backfired. That's a lot of seamen. That's a lot of seamen. That's right. Probably some sea women also. Now who's on that one? Who's that? That might be Trump up there. Maybe he wasn't on the Osprey. Maybe he's on the helicopter. Keep an eye on that one. Imagine being President Trump's personal helicopter pilot. Man, that's quite a... You want to talk about a high-pressure job? You are...
Afternoon. Mr. President, First Lady, as always, it's great to see you. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership and support of our nation's armed forces. Secretary of War, thank you for your leadership in restoring our focus on the warfighter ethos. Secretary of Veteran Affairs, great to see you today, and thank you for all you do to support our Navy and Marine Corps veterans. CNO, Navy leaders, thank you for ensuring that our Navy and Marine Corps remains the preeminent maritime naval force. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and members of Congress, thank you for being here today. After seeing today's display of naval power and standing on this pier surrounded by sailors, Marines, family members, and patriotic Americans, all I can say is that was damn impressive. Come on, give them a hand.
It was. Sure was.
Bravo Zulu to the sailors that participated in today's sea demonstration. It is the honor and privilege of my lifetime to serve as your 79th Secretary of the Navy, especially as we kick off the Navy's 250th birthday celebrations. Thank you, President Trump, for your trust and confidence in me. Mr. President, your directive is clear: peace through strength, and we are executing it. With your one big beautiful bill and your executive order on restoring America's maritime dominance, you've armed us with the authorities, resources, and urgency to modernize the fleet, expand our shipyards, rebuild the skilled workforce, deepen our magazines, and harden the infrastructure that wins wars at sea. 250 years ago, the Continental Congress made a bold bet: who controls the seas controls the future. This was the birth of our Navy, a testament to our historic significance. The Constitution states Congress shall have the power to provide and maintain a Navy. The word maintain means the Navy is intended to be a permanent, continuous institution of national defense and warfare. The founders understood the importance of having a Navy. George Washington, in a letter to the Marquis de Lafayette, wrote, "As certain as night succeeds the day, without a decisive naval force we can do nothing definitive, and with it, everything honorable and glorious." Today, 250 years later, history has proven that to be a superpower, one must be a sea power. Mr. President, your mandate ensures that when the world looks to the seas, it sees an American flag, and behind that flag stands a team that is disciplined, lethal, and dominant. Today, we showed the world what American sea power means: deadly precision, meticulous execution, raw power, and the will to use it.
Okay.
Secretary Hegseth, we are restoring the warrior ethos to this department of the Navy, not by slogan, but by performance. The Truman, right here beside me, sustained more than 50 days of Tomahawk launches and precision airstrikes to degrade Iran-backed Houthi capabilities and protect commercial shipping during Operation Rough Rider. There are many, many missions that we are operating and executing on very well, including choking off cartel cash flows. Between Operation Atlantic and Pacific Watch, we've seized over 450 metric tons of cocaine worth more than $11 billion.
Wow.
These seizures represent lives saved. All these operations show us our fleet is ready to answer the nation's call 24/7, 365. The remarkable success is a testament to the bold vision of President Trump, whose leadership has ignited a renewed sense of patriotism, inserting more Americans to serve. I'm happy to say the Navy broke its recruiting record 4 months early, so help is on the way for the high operating tempo you've been living through. To our Marines standing in the line with us, your grit and discipline give us a fighting force no adversary can match. Warfighters, you are the backbone of this maritime strength, keeping our nation safe and secure and prosperous. You prove every day freedom isn't free. President Trump thanks you. Secretary Hegseth thanks you. I thank you, and your country thanks you. We appreciate the sacrifice you and your families make, and we value your unwavering commitment to the mission. Sea Power is a family business. Your sacrifices are not unnoticed, and they are deeply appreciated. They may wear the uniform, but you share the honor, and we share the pride. God bless you, God bless our Navy and Marine Corps, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Whoa. Excellent. There's our intro. President Trump's in the audience right now. He will be speaking soon. Once again, folks, the big cliffhanger right this very moment is that word on the block is that Trump is going to make some big announcement today. That's just, it's a rumor. It's not a promise. It's not a promise. It's a rumor I've been seeing. This is the Hulk Hogan theme song. I'm going to keep the music kind of low because, in fact, for the time being, I'm going to mute it. I'm sorry, but YouTube will copyright strike the broadcast, and it will actually take down the entire show if I don't mute this because the whole music copyright thing. So I just don't want to get the channel taken down. That is Susie Wiles. That is that's not Pete Hegseth. No, but we've got Susie Wiles right there. White House Secretary of Staff is her position, I believe it. So, by the way, real quick chance to take a look at some super chats. I need to get on top of these. There was a massive one from Roy Rogers fan, $100 super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I saw somebody in the chat that said, Matt, we know you're making money on the broadcasts. Go buy a new Trump hat. This is the 2016 OG Trump hat. This is edition 1. This is the classic edition. I don't want a new one. The new ones are good. That's great. This is the 2016 OG. I've had this for almost a decade. Okay. This is as good as it gets. I could probably sell this on eBay for $1 million. I don't know. So no, I like this hat. This is a good one. By the way, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. This is Lady Laux, who's tuning in. She said, by the way, big super chat. Thank you very much. $50 super chat. She says, we pray for all the servicemen and women in our military. True. Good reminder. May God bless America and the Lord have mercy on us all. These days, it feels like we need some, we need more blessings than ever. Good Lord, the way things are going these days. But I agree. We all agree. Lady Laux, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think we have security personnel walking around making sure everything is locked down. Thank you very much. The generosity, it goes a long way. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an antique Trump hat. Yeah. No, Lady Laux, thank you. All the new members. We have a bunch of new memberships today. Everybody, if you are following or liking or subscribing to the show, it's all free of charge. That's a little tiny way you guys can help it, and it really does. So thank you, folks, for tuning in. It means a lot. Thank you very, very much. Soon here, President Trump is coming on out. I always like to remind everybody, listen, without the audience, there is no broadcast. A lot of streamers, a lot of live broadcasters, YouTubers, they think they're big shots. Listen, you're nothing without the audience. You guys make the show. I'm seeing where we're at here. Without the audience, there is no streamer, there is no broadcaster. It's all about you guys. So once again, thank you. I got to pass it back. We have a little bit of an intermission here. We're gonna have another speaker here step up and take the stage any second now, and that's why we're here. So if you're tuning in now, two big things happening today. This is the 250th celebration anniversary of the U.S. Navy and beyond. So we're obviously talking about that, but also President Trump is going to be speaking here at this event any minute now. And rumor is he's going to be making some big announcement. Some big announcement. Oh, good Lord. Can I share a little bit of breaking news with you guys? The Chicago Police Patrol Chief John P. Hine is facing calls to resign after yesterday he explicitly told his own officers to abandon federal agents after they were attacked by anti-ICE extremists. The messages came out. He issued the Chicago, he's one of the police chiefs, a certain type of police chief. He told his officers to abandon them after this terror attack. And we saw the video. I think it's the video we saw where the driver was driving into the truck. Remember, we played that a couple times. Yeah, man. I think you should probably resign also. I think you got to resign too. Good Lord. Sorry, that was hot off the press. Breaking emergent news right there. Breaking news there. Yeah, if we're playing music, I need to keep that muted for the time being. Now, folks, little reminder here. If you guys have not followed the Twitter page, the X page there, helps a lot. It does help a lot. That's where we post all the breaking news updates. I saw we had some very good news this morning. I want to share this with you folks. I woke up, I was laying in bed. This made my day. President Trump is planning to reduce the refugee admission ceiling, reduce it from 125,000 to 125,000 down to 7,500. And he has indicated that priority will be given to white South Africans who are claiming persecution, and they are. There is a genocide. There is an anti-white Boer white farmer genocide in South Africa. President Trump has been giving them refugee asylum status. Thank God, he should. And he's going to bump down the admission ceiling from 125,000 to 7.5K, most of which priority for the white Boer farmers in South Africa. Got what I voted for. Got what I voted for as far as I'm concerned on that one, at least, right? I'm going to keep that music down. I apologize. Oh, there's Pete Hegseth. Okay. Now we have Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. He is on site. So he will probably get up here and give a speech. I think he's got to do it. So whenever he takes the stage, folks, I will unmute the broadcast here. I will stop yapping so much. Okay, he's just going to do it right now. Okay, good. Let's do this.
My goodness. Well, good afternoon. How we doing, sailors? The absolute best of America. I'm honored to be at the world's largest naval base. Now, I'm the only thing between you, the First Lady, and the Commander-in-Chief, so I'm going to keep this very brief. Looking out at all of you, I know you know why the President always says we have the strongest, most powerful, most lethal, most ready military on the planet. And he's going to make sure we keep it that way. This is the perfect way to mark 250 years of the United States Navy. You know, President Trump has made our mission clear. America first and peace through strength with common sense at every turn. At the War Department, it is the War Department, we're committed to that core mission of peace through strength. And for the Navy, that means more sailors, more subs, more ships, and more munitions for all of them. The Navy and the Marine Corps embody the resilience of our country. Nobody in the world does it better than the United States Navy. Always remember this. Fact. You are not civilians, you are different. Sailors, SEALs, Marines, you were set apart for a distinct purpose. Your diversity is not your strength. Your strength is your unity of purpose, your shared mission, your love of country. Generation after generation, battle after battle, ship after ship, sailor after sailor, you have set the tone. The story began with John Paul Jones when he declared, "I have not yet begun to fight." Today, we have a commander-in-chief who fights for all of you and fights for our country every single day. A commander-in-chief who guarantees that you, the warfighters, have everything you need on the high seas to deter our enemies and, if necessary, win overwhelmingly. We have a president who appreciates your dedication. He appreciates your service, your sacrifice, and that of your family as well. And as I always tell every service member, every sailor I see, he has your back. So warfighters, on behalf of everyone at the Department of War, thank you. Thank you for your commitment to America's Navy. You stand the watch 250 years later. God bless you. And may God bless our great republic. Godspeed. Thank you.
All right. All right. A good message. And by the way, what did he say? He said he's the only person standing between us, all of us in the audience, and the President of the United States and the First Lady of the United States. So I would imagine any second now he's going to come on out. Good. It's a nice sunny day. Now, I'm going to give you guys whiplash here, a total and complete vibe shift, because we just have, hot off the press, a new breaking news development coming from Governor Pritzker. He's having a meltdown right now about this National Guard situation, but it looks like Trump is going to come out, so I'm not going to play that yet. Seems like the president might be out here. So hold that thought. We might have to put that on the back burner here. I'll tell you what, though. Governor Gavin Newsom and Illinois Governor Pritzker, they are completely and totally imploding right now. President Trump has summoned 300 National Guardsmen from California to deploy them into Portland, Oregon. Another 300 from California, right out of underneath Gavin Newsom's nose, to deploy them into Chicago. Seems as if President Trump thinks he has found a workaround. You know, this federal judge yesterday, radical progressive in the federal judiciary, ruled that Trump can't deploy Oregon National Guard into Oregon. Absurd. Okay, well, what he's going to do is deploy California National Guard into Oregon and into Chicago. So it seems like we actually do have a minute here. I want to play this real quick for you guys. Governor Pritzker, a.k.a. Jabba the Hutt, rumor has it that he has Han Solo frozen in carbonite in his basement. What does he have to say?
Well, let's be clear that it is illegal, in fact, to call out the National Guard or to send troops into American cities. The Posse Comitatus Act prohibits that. And yet they tried to do it in Oregon. They're going to try to do it here in Chicago.
Who's going to stop them?
Well, the courts. That's who's going to stop them. And that's what happened in Oregon. I assume that a court here will do the same thing. These are federal courts. By the way, the judge that made that decision in Oregon.
This is what I'm talking about. Listen, call me what you want. I said Andrew Jackson is my favorite president. Andrew Jackson, Supreme Court issued a completely incompetent ruling back in the day during his presidency, 1840s. We don't need to get into detail on that. Andrew Jackson, he said, you know what? The Supreme Court has issued their ruling. Now let them enforce it. He then went on to ignore the ruling. I'm thinking based. I'm thinking, and by the way, it was a terrible, incompetent ruling, anti-American ruling. He said, the courts have issued their ruling. Now let them enforce it. And then he did it anyway. Trump, Andrew Jackson moment. Trump, now is your time. Andrew Jackson moment. National Guard, send them in. Our country is occupied by violent, illegal aliens as well as far-left domestic terrorists. Andrew Jackson moment. Channel the spirit of President Jackson. Let's go. That's about where I'm at. We got to shut this stuff down. Andrew Jackson moment. Anyway, that's Pritzker. He says, who's going to enforce it? Well, the courts are. Uh-huh. By the way, this is what's happening in Pritzker's state in the beautiful city of Chicago. Oh, never mind. Hold that thought. We have the FLOTUS here. I do need to keep that muted, but we can at least keep tabs on what's going on here. So she's coming down. Ladies first. And then presumably the president himself. Biden did the same thing. Biden not only did the same thing, but then the Democrats defended him when he ignored the federal courts. By the way, there's a famous clip of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on CNN. I'll play it for you if you don't believe me. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she just explicitly said 3 years ago on CNN that if the federal courts are undermining the president should ignore them. She said that explicitly. The Democrats have already sent the president here. You're right about that.
Hooyah, Navy!
Hooyah!
Hooyah, Navy! Hooyah, Navy! It is an honor to be with you to celebrate the 250th year since the United States Navy was officially established. Generations of sailors have kept America free because of their presence on the high seas. Your strength, bravery, and sacrifice inspires us all. The President and I just attended an extraordinary demonstration, an inspiring display of skills that reflects the very best of our Navy. For me, it brought back fond memories of my visit to the USS George H.W. Bush in 2018. I will always remember the pride and professionalism of the sailors I met on that vessel. I witnessed the enduring spirit of America's Navy, which propels every mission and lives on to every sailor who serves. Now, it is my privilege to introduce someone who holds our military close to his heart, not only as the Commander-in-Chief, but as a proud American who believes deeply in the men and women who wear the uniform. Please join me in welcoming my husband, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Here it comes. Maybe I can play this one. I'm going to let this one play. Oh, there he is. There he is. It's a hat day. It's a red hat day. Everybody knows it. It's a red hat day. Okay, that one I'm gonna have to mute, I think. I gotta do it. I'm sorry. If I do not mute the music like that, then YouTube will take down the entire damn broadcast. I'll get in trouble, so shut it down. Shut it down. Wait a second. We can watch him at least, but no proud to be an American blasting in the background. Not at the moment, at least. YouTube doesn't like it. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is what we've been waiting for, okay? Rumor has it, it's not a promise, it's a rumor. Total disclosure here that Trump is going to be making a big announcement today, right now, soon, as it relates to the military, to the Navy. Could be, that's word on the block, could not be. But that's why we're here today. And I mean, of course, we're also here to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Navy, but might be some announcement. So everybody pay attention, dial in, here we go. You just want me to sing? I think you don't want me to sing. I'm not a good singer. I think you probably don't want that. I think you probably don't want that. However, I will say it. I am proud to be an American. You just don't want me to sing it. I'll speak it, though. Everybody loves him. I wonder amongst veterans, what is the approval rating for Trump? I mean, it's got to be 99%. It's got to be 99.9%. You probably can't say it's 100. I mean, well, hey, you know, it might be 100, but it's probably 99.9. You got to have some leftists in there somewhere. It's got to be somewhere. There he is. Look at the crowd. Trump is an expert. What he's doing right now, he's building tension. He's making them wait for it. Make them wait. Build up the hype a little bit, you know? Listen, this guy knows what he's doing. Make them wait just a minute. Build up the anticipation just for a moment. He knows what he's doing. All right. Oh, nope. Nope. Make them wait a minute. Make them wait just a second. Okay.
God bless the United States Navy.
And there you have it.
Well, that was good timing, wasn't it? Huh? We had to get that right. We had to get that right. But they always get it right. I was just given a display with a wonderful First Lady, the likes of which I think few people have ever seen before. We were a few minutes away, and the display of strength was absolutely incredible. We appreciate it. Thank you, Navy. Thank you very much. And I want to thank our magnificent First Lady for that introduction. People love our First Lady. They do. And let me say to all of the incredible sailors on this pier, it's great to be with the fleet, the fleet. And let's also give a very special thanks to the shipmates who put on that spectacular display of Navy dominance. And that's what it was. It was dominance. And Bravo Zulu. You know what that is? Bravo Zulu. You know, a lot of people don't. That it's a true honor to be here with the thousands of our nation's finest sailors at the largest naval facility in the entire world. It's the largest, and I would say more importantly, it's the best, okay? It's both the Norfolk Naval Base. Thank you very much. The largest, and it's the best. We're gathered on this storied waterfront to celebrate 250 years of strength, tenacity, and unwavering courage by the greatest fighting force even, and that's true. No matter where you go, no matter where you go, no matter what you even think about, there's nothing like the fighting force that we have. Roam the seas, it's called the United States Navy, and there's nothing in the world like it. Nothing, not even close. You read stories. They don't have it. Let me tell you, we check it closely. We check it closely. Docked beside us today are a combined 150,000 tons of pure American naval supremacy and two colossal reasons why no one should ever want to start a fight with the USA. They won't fight. We're putting out a lot of fights, so do you see that? We're going to be close to number 8. Number 8. We don't want to send you into battle unless it's necessary, right? We're putting out a lot of fires. Maybe some of you will be angry. You'll say, what's he doing? We want to fight. You know what? If we can solve them the way I'm solving them, we solve 7. We have another one that's taken 3,000 years, and we're pretty close, but I don't want to talk about it until it's done. But let's give a big round of applause to the men and women of the majestic USS Kearsarge. Thank you. And let's hear it for the sailors of the USS Harry S. Truman. Those who call this carrier home live by a motto that captures the spirit of America's Navy. It's very simple. The words, give 'em hell, and we do give 'em hell. For 2.5 centuries, that is what every generation of American sailors have done. You've conquered raging oceans and braved ferocious storms to vanquish America's enemies on the high seas and distant shores. You've beaten mighty warships into twisted wrecks of steel. You've splintered vast armadas and sent the mangled pride of empire sinking into oblivion. You've surged the waters thick in danger, blood, brine, and through it all, the United States Navy has kept the stars and stripes soaring high and proud above those big, magnificent waves. You love doing it, too. There's not a thing in the world that you'd rather do, is there? Is there? No. I like your life better than mine, I have to be honest with you. Sailing on those beautiful waters all the time, you're so lucky. Because the American sailor never quits, never fails, and never, ever lets us down. They've never let us down. Thank you. Thank you. And we're honored to be joined today by service members representing every part of this great naval tradition. Our incredible surface warriors are the reason America's enemies tremble at the sight of a Navy ship haze gray or underway. The instant U.S. carrier, cruiser, or destroyer breaks across the horizon, every tyrant and adversary on the planet knows their choice is very simple. It's leave America in peace or be blown up in fire and fury never seen before.
True.
All over the world, people know of the skill, nerve, swagger, and sheer attitude of the boldest and most daring pilots on the sea, the U.S. naval aviators, and I just got to witness it with Melania. They land screaming jets on pitching decks in the dark of night with no room for error. There's no room for error. The greatest pilots in the world. And while Navy pilots rain down pain from above, the greatest adversaries fear the daring deeds of our silent service below. They prowl and strike from crushing depths, unseen, undetected, and unstoppable. They are our brave submariners. Where are the submariners here? And they are brave. The most lethal weapon in the world, I will tell you, nobody knows where it is and what it carries. There's nothing that carries weaponry like that. And we're 25 years ahead of any other country when it comes to submarines. Nobody's even close. Nobody can match us. No roll call of Navy warriors would be complete without recognizing some of the fiercest and most elite commandos in the history of war. They are the toughest, and there's nobody tougher. There's just nobody. That's what they tell me. There's nobody tougher. Called the Navy SEALs. What do you think about the Navy SEALs?
Ooh.
Where are the Navy SEALs? We're not going to mess with the Navy SEALs. They are great. Thank you very much. Incredible people. And, of course, our enemies have learned to dread that special cast of warriors who have charged forward almost everywhere America has seized a stronghold or stormed a beachhead. They call themselves the Leathernecks, the Jarheads, the Devil Dogs, but we revere them as the United States Marines. Incredible people. Incredible people. With us today are some of those who have led these exceptional men and women. They've led them like Nobody else. And I'll tell you, a person I'm very, very proud of. He has stepped up, and he's hitting home run after home run. They love him. I want to introduce again a man who's just exceptional. I'm so happy with this choice, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. Thank you, Pete. Doing a job. I said, Pete, what do you think? You know, we used to call it Secretary of War, the Department of War, the War Department. Now we call it Defense. And I don't know, would you ever want to, you know, we won World War I. We won World War II. We won everything in between. We won everything before. And all of a sudden they decide to change the name. They went woke then too, you know. Woke is a long-term word. I said, what do you think about changing it to the Department of War? He said, I love it, sir. And that was about the end of it, right? That was the end of it. Thank you, Pete. Great job. He's a great leader. Also, Secretary of the Navy, a very, very successful man. He gave it all up to do this, and we're designing more ships. We have more ships being built shortly. We're going to have more great ships being built than we've ever had being built in the history of the Navy. John Phelan. John, thank you. Great job, John. He made a lot of money in the private sector, and I said, you want to do this, John? We need a lot of ships, and we need them fast. And he said, I want to do it. He gave up a lot, gave up everything to do this. But he's loving it, and he's doing a fantastic job. Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Darrell Caudle. Admiral, thank you. Great job. Rear Admiral Gavin Duff. And along with so many different people here, they could introduce them all day long. I don't want to do that because we got to get to business, talking a little bit about war and peace. But along with your great officers here at Norfolk Naval Base, Vice Admirals John Gumbleton. John, thank you. Thank you, John. Great. Young guy. You're a young guy. Great. Doug Perry and Rob Goucher. Thank you. And a very special thanks to a man who just got a 93% approval. He runs the Veterans Everything, I call it. He's Veterans Everything. The VA Secretary Doug Collins. He's doing great. Thank you, Doug. Doing a great job. Ambassador Monica Crowley. Monica, thank you very much. A man that everybody loves. He was my doctor in the White House, and I got to know him very well. He was also the doctor for Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And he was the doctor for a man named Bush. And at a press conference, they asked him, who's in the best shape? Who's the healthiest? Who's the strongest? Who's the best physical specimen of the three? He said, that's easy. President Donald Trump. And I said, I love this guy.
There you have it.
I said, I love him. Ronnie Jackson, he's now a congressman, as you know. So he was an admiral. He was the chief doctor. He was the whole boss of doctors. And now he's a very, very successful congressman from Texas. Thank you, Ronnie, very much. And I appreciate those words. I'll never forget them. Jen Kiggins. Jen, thank you. John McGuire. Rob Whitman. Dan Crenshaw, Derek Van Orden. These are unbelievable, talented people that are with me, and they fight. Thank you very much, fellas. Thank you. Thank you very much, darling. These are great Congress. I say Congress warriors. That's what you have to be today to be in Congress if you're going to make it. I also want to recognize all of the newly pinned chief petty officers. You got a lot of them here today. I had to approve it. Who recently earned their anchors and now bear their venerable title, Navy Chief. Navy Chief. Thank you, Navy Chiefs. Let's also express the gratitude of our entire nation to every Navy veteran who has come out to honor this big anniversary. We see so many veterans. I saw backstage, I was shaking hands with veterans all over the place. And they are great. And they're respected and they're loved. Thank you very much. Stand up if you'd like. Thank you very much. They're really loved. I saw it backstage. I saw so many veterans, and my hand will never be the same. Thank you very much. A great honor. And a very special thanks to the countless Navy families who support our sailors with such love and devotion. None of what are, and think of this, without them, you wouldn't be celebrating today. Many of you would not be doing very well. Male or female, you wouldn't be doing very well. So we want to thank our family members, right? All of them. Parents, husbands, wives. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the U.S. Navy is a tale of loyalty, sacrifice, and commitment stretching back 250 years. So we're celebrating 250. I almost thought I wouldn't get to do that because I was president in 2016, and then they rigged the election on me. And then we caught him, didn't we? We caught him, but, you know, we had to run it again. I ran it again, and I got 250, and I got the World Cup, and I got the Olympics. Can you believe all of it? In my first term, I was the one that got the Olympics. I was the one that got the World Cup. And I said, you know, the sad part is, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't even be invited because it won't be during my term. I would say, if we're a Democrat, I might not be invited. They don't love me exactly too much. And then when this happened, now all of a sudden they got all three. But you know what's the most important? 250 years is the most important, above World Cup, above Olympic. But we got them all coming.
It's a big year.
And on June 14th, next year, we're going to have a big UFC fight at the White House, right at the White House, on the grounds of the White House. When the Continental Congress formed a fleet of just 2 ships in October 1775, many scoffed at their chances against the most powerful empire on earth. That was the most powerful ever, relatively speaking. We had 2 ships. We had nothing other, but we had great heart. They didn't know the audacity and the grit of the American sailor. They had no idea the war for independence gave us some of the greatest American heroes of all time, including the father of the U.S. Navy, Captain John Paul Jones. You know that. When a far stronger British ship demanded his surrender, Jones yelled back that timeless battle cry right now, "I have not yet begun to fight." Don't ask me for that. Think of that. I could just see it. He's a wise guy. He's asking, I haven't even begun to fight. And he knocked the hell out of him. In the War of 1812, Captain James Lawrence shouted his final words to his crew as blood streamed down from his mortal wounds. "Fight her till she sinks," he yelled. "Don't give up the ship." Don't give up the ship. These are all incredible, very, very famous statements now with years and time. Very famous. Don't give up the ship. I say it all the time. You're a little behind. I say, don't give up the ship. And we win. We all know how to win. Today, that eternal creed is written into the hearts of every sailor in the fleet. America's Navy never, ever gives up the ship, right? We never give it up. Another titan of the early Navy was the great Commodore Arthur Sinclair. He defeated the French in the Caribbean battle. And then he went to work on the Barbary pirates off the coast of Tripoli and raided British forces when they were so powerful in 1812, the War of 1812. He raided them. He was knocking them out one by one. Everyone said, where does this guy come from? And we're all descendants when you think of it. Commodore Sinclair went on to become the commanding officer here at the Naval Station Norfolk, right here, where he founded a nautical school for officers that eventually became the one and only U.S. Naval Academy. And I'm going to be at your Army-Navy game this year. Who am I going to root for, huh? You may be surprised. It's going to be great. We're going to be here. Generations of the Commodore's descendants have forged their own towering legacies of service in the Navy, and we're joined today by his 5th great-grandson, Commander Link Mustin. Where is Mustin? Commander Mustin, where are you? He's here. Wow, look at this handsome guy. That's good genetics, right? He's got good genes. Thank you very much.
Don't say that.
Commander, thank you for continuing a family tradition that has endured for 2.5 centuries. Can you believe that, huh? I wonder if they were as good looking as you. I doubt it. You just got better with age, right? Congratulations. Is that young man your boy? Wow. He beat you. They beat you. That's what we want to see. Over the generations, our Navy sailors raised Old Glory above the streets of Veracruz, sent the Spanish fleet to its watery grave in Manila Bay, and buried the vicious German wolf packs at the bottom of the sea. Those were vicious, vicious wolf packs. They were brutal. They were hitting us hard, and then we came up with the answer, didn't we? We came up with the way to knock them out, and we were knocking them out so fast they didn't know what to do. It was really the end once we discovered the secret through some brilliant minds. A lot of them are descendants of the people here right now. In every era of conflict, the Navy has never failed to hunt, kill, and to win. Never failed. Never failed. In World War II, Admiral Bull Halsey's motto, hit hard, hit fast, hit often, and that is exactly what the sailors do. One of those warriors was Submarine Commander Eugene Fluke, who sent more Japanese tonnage to the ocean floor than any other man in history. I don't like to talk about it too much now. You know, they've been a nice ally, but anybody from Japan here right now? We'll get off the subject immediately. But think of it, sent more tonnage to this bottom of the sea, one after one. Aboard the famed USS Barb, he destroyed a Japanese tanker and a carrier with a single salvo to his men's chagrin. They were very concerned about it. They didn't think we could do that, and he just knocked them out one after another. And again, torpedoes were flying, but his greatest feat came when he spotted 30 enemy ships at port off the coast of China. You know that, a very famous story. Commander Fluke ordered his men to their battle station, slipped into the harbor, and sank 6 vessels at one time before taking off into the beautiful, wild blue ocean. He received 4 Navy Crosses, the Legion of Merit, and the Congressional Medal of Honor. That was a brave guy. In recognition of the incredible achievements of the USS Barb under his command, this December we will lay the keel of a brand new Virginia-class submarine bearing that same legendary name, and his grandson, Tom, will be there to pick it up. Tom is with us today, and I want to thank you for keeping that great legacy around. Where is Tom? Oh, look, stand up, Tom. Great. Good, Tom. Thank you. That's good. That's good genes too, Tom, isn't it? That's good stuff. Thank you very much, both, for being here. From Midway to the Coral Sea to Leyte Gulf, American sailors fought the most epic naval battles in history. And at Normandy, the Navy led the greatest armada ever formed to deliver the single largest invasion force the world has ever seen. One of the sailors who did it was Felix Maurizio, who enlisted at age 18 and trained right here in Norfolk, trained right here. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, Felix manned an amphibious landing craft that did 6 harrowing runs to Omaha Beach. You all know about it. These are all famous fights. He delivered hundreds of American troops into the battle, including his brother Sal. Felix lost so many of his friends that day, but he kept fighting. He kept going out there, getting more soldiers, getting more of everything. He just kept coming. They couldn't stop him, and went on to serve in the Pacific under the great Admiral Nimitz. In February 1945, he spent his 21st birthday landing Marines on the blood-soaked sands of Iwo Jima, one of the bloodiest, toughest battles ever. Historic battle. 6 months later, he was aboard the USS Talladega in Tokyo Bay. When Japan surrendered, they said, I don't think we want Felix hitting us anymore. And he retired as a Chief Petty Officer in 1966. This year, Felix celebrated his 100th birthday, and he is here this afternoon as a living testament to the glory of the United States Navy. Wow. That's great. He looks good. Felix, you look better than I do. I'm not happy about this, Felix. No, they don't want to mess around with him. And Felix, we salute you. Thank you very much. Incredible. 100 years. In Korea, American sailors and Marines carried out the daring landing in Incheon and flew more than 250,000 combat sorties against the enemy. It was an amazing effort. In Vietnam, the Navy unleashed Operation Rolling Thunder and deployed a brand new unit, the Navy SEALs, to tear up Mekong River Delta. Problem with Vietnam, we stopped fighting to win. We would have won easy. We would have won Afghanistan easy. We would have won every war easy. But we got politically correct. Let's take it easy. We're not politically correct anymore, just so you understand. We win. Now we win. We don't want to be politically correct anymore. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before, where's Pete? In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center. So
just by his
name,
name,
take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know the old story.
I don't like the
They don't
sound
give
of
you
his
credit;
name.
just take it yourself. And it was the U.S. Navy that dumped his wretched corpse off the decks of the Carl Vinson to sink into the dark abyss. The Navy's central role in the defense of our liberty continues to this day. Just a few months ago, the Ohio-class guided missile submarine played an indispensable part in one of the most spectacular military feats the world has ever seen, the obliteration of Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer. How did that work out? Pretty good, right? And we shot 30 Tomahawks, you know that. On top of, after the B-2, how about that? The B-2s, what they did, those beautiful flying wings, what they did, they hit every single target they hit. And just in case we shot 30 Tomahawks out of a submarine, every one of them hit too. So I would say Iran was not particularly thrilled. They were going to have a nuclear weapon within a month. And now they can start the operation all over again, but I hope they don't because we'll have to take care of that too if they do. I let them know that. You want to do that, it's fine. But we're going to take care of that, and we're not going to wait so long. It should have been done long before I came along. You know that I had the pilots of the B-2s in my office, the famous Oval Office. I had them in the B-2s. They came in to the White House, and we talked about it. They said, you know, sir, for 22 years, our predecessors and us trained for that hit. For 22 years, they were training to take out the nuclear potential of Iran. He said, but it was only when you came along that we did it. And they were so happy that they did it. But they've been training for that hit for 22 years, but no president wanted to do it. They would have had a nuclear weapon within a month, probably within a month or shortly thereafter. And speaking to them would have been much more difficult. In recent weeks, the Navy has supported our mission to blow the cartel terrorists the hell out of the water. You see that? And, you know, there are no boats in the water anymore. You can't find any. We're having a hard time finding them. But, you know, it's a pretty tough thing we've been doing, but you have to think of it this way. Every one of those boats is responsible for the death of 25,000 American people and the destruction of families.
Yep.
So when you think of it that way, what we're doing is actually an act of kindness. But we did another one last night. Now we just can't find any. You know, it's the old story. We're so good at it that there are no boats. In fact, even fishing boats, nobody wants to go into the water anymore. Sorry to tell you that. But it's we're stopping drugs coming into America, if that's okay. We're stopping drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Last year, we lost, I believe, 300,000 people. And that's not talking about the destruction to families. Every one of us knows families that have been destroyed because the son, daughter, even mothers and fathers are destroyed by the fentanyl pouring in and drugs pouring in. Well, they're not coming in by sea anymore, so now we'll have to start looking about the land because they'll be forced to go by land. And let me tell you right now, that's not going to work out well for them either. And it was the Truman Carrier strike group that unleashed American fury on the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea. And as you know, they settled. But they settled because they made the statement to us, we've never been hit like that ever before. And earlier this year, conducted the single largest airstrike from an American carrier in history. That was the largest ever. I want to express my personal thanks to every single sailor who contributed to these phenomenal victories. We only know victory. We're only going to know victory. We don't want to know the other word. We want to know victory. We're going to have great victories in the years to come. Well, at least for almost 3.5 years, we're going to have great victories. I want to thank a group of women from North Carolina. Look at these great. Will you stand up, please? These beautiful women have followed me. This is number 151. You could call a rally. This is sort of a rally. Let's face it. This is a rally. This is a speech of love. We all love our country. But that group is from North Carolina. They're up to about 151 visits. They have a whole group of them. I never see their husbands. I don't know what's going on with their husbands. I assume, do they still love you, the husbands? Yes, good. But I want to thank you. 151, they've been following me since 2016, and you look even better now than you did then. But I want to thank you very much. It's a really group. They love our country. They like Trump, but you know what they really do? They love our country. And we have the right policy, right? We have policy. We don't want crime. We don't want men playing in women's sports. We don't want transgender for everybody. We don't want to have open borders where millions of people come into our country from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions and insane asylums, drug dealers, murderers. 11,788 murderers were allowed to come into our country. A lot of them are gone. And by the way, Washington, D.C. is a safe place right now. It went from one of the most dangerous cities in our country, can you believe that, to probably the safest, among the safest in our country. Nobody's being hit anymore. It's very safe, and I want to thank you. A lot of the people here have helped. A lot of the people in the audience are people that have straightened them out. It took 12 days, think of that. Now we're in Memphis. We're doing the same thing in Memphis, and we're going to Chicago. You know, we have a governor that thinks it's wonderful when 50 people in a short period of time were murdered in Chicago. Over 200 people were hit. And so we send in the National Guard. You know what? We send in what's ever necessary. People don't care. They don't want crime in their cities. And we're doing it, and we're doing it well. We're doing it like nobody's ever done it before. So I just want to tell you, you're very close to D.C. The restaurants are thriving. The restaurants were dying. They were closing one after another. Now they're thriving. They're opening up beautiful new restaurants. Washington, D.C. is safe. And I even went there and had dinner the other night. And I stood right smack in the middle of the street. Secret Service was thrilled. And I gave a news conference. It's a safe place now. Washington, D.C., it's always going to be. Our nation's capital is always going to be safe. We're never going to let that happen again, what happened there. One of the most beautiful places. We're doing a big beautification program. It'll take me very little, very short. But we're doing a beautification program to go along with the security and safety. We're getting rid of the graffiti, the potholes, the broken medians between roads. We're doing a real job, and you'd be proud of it. I think everybody here is proud of it, frankly. That's our nation's capital, and that has to be clean, beautiful, and safe. The U.S. Navy always stands for America. As your commander-in-chief, I will always stand for you. I promise you that. You know that. That's why you voted for me in numbers that nobody's ever seen before. And I want you to know that despite the current Democrat-induced shutdown, we will get our service members every last penny. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll worry about it. Do not worry about it. It's all coming. It's coming. And even more because I'm supporting the across-the-board pay raises for every sailor and service member of the United States Armed Forces. But we have to take care of this little gnat that's on our shoulder called the Democrats. They want to give all of our money to illegal aliens that pour into the country. And, you know, I have a bigger heart than they do. But the problem is when you do that, they come in by the millions. Everybody wants that, so you can't do it. But I've also pledged the largest ever investment in our military's history. We're spending over $1 trillion. We've never had anything like that before. $1 trillion on our military, and that includes, along with your Secretary of the Navy and Pete Hegseth, we're going to be building lots of ships and doing a lot of things that you haven't seen happen for 35 years. We'll soon revitalize our once great shipyards with hundreds of billions of dollars in new investments and people coming from all around the world, and they're going to build ships in America. We want them built in America. And as I told our generals and admirals last Tuesday, we are getting wokeness the hell out of our military. It's gone. It's really gone. I don't know that it was ever really here. I think some of the top people had it. I knew a few of them that they were major losers. But they were losers. Unlike our great general, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who may be here, Dan Raisin Cain. You know Raisin Cain? When I heard his name, I said, that's the guy I'm looking for. But he's been an amazing warrior, and you know he was the one headed up the attack on Iran. And everything he's touched has turned out great. He knocked out ISIS. So I was told it would take 4 to 5 years to beat ISIS. When he came on board, he did it in 4 weeks. We knocked him out in 4 weeks. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. Is Dan Cain here? He is, you know why? Because he's working. That's the one thing. We don't have to worry about him. But he is a fantastic man. That's the man I wanted right from the beginning. I said, if I ever do this again and if I can get lucky enough to win, because we have a base like nobody in history has had, I said, I'm going to pick Raisin Cain as the chairman. And that's what we did, and he's been incredible. We will not be politically correct when it comes to defending American freedom. That's why we have renamed the Department of Defense at Department of War, as I said, and we have changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was easy. That was an easy one. You know, for years I've looked at it, and I added it up, and I figured we have 92% of the frontage. I say, how come we call it the Gulf of Mexico? I mean, I wouldn't say that Mexico is thrilled with me, but what are you going to do? It's the Gulf of America, and I love it now. I was watching the other night a report, and they said very routinely, in the Gulf of America, this is the, you know, they just went on to talk about it. They didn't do it with a smirk or a smile. They didn't say, in the Gulf of America. No, it's called the Gulf of America now, and nobody's playing games with it. We got sued by the Associated Press, and they lost. In fact, the judge was so good, he said, he's calling it the Gulf of America. He's got all the approvals. You have to do that, too, to the very liberal Associated Press. They got thrown out of court. In fact, they're almost not allowed to cover me anymore because of that. It was a big hit. So I'm very proud of that. Under our leadership, the spirit of the American forces is soaring like it has never soared before. I think right now we have more spirit than we've ever had before. After years of recruiting shortages, we couldn't get guys or gals to become sailors. 1 year ago, they didn't want to be a sailor. Although I must say, once I said we're going to run, a lot of people made it better. But let's go back 2 years, and it was even worse. Because there was no hope. We had this horrible, horrible president who had no clue what the hell was happening. The chances of him walking down those stairs successfully were not good. And I have to be careful, because one day I'm going to probably fall. No, the North Carolina women said that will never happen to you. I always say, walk down the steps nice and slow. You ever notice I do nice? I don't have to bop down the stairs. Walk nice and slowly. But we have a waiting list. Think of this. We have a waiting list for people wanting to get into the United States Navy, the Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Marines, Space Force. Oh, we love Space Force. But think of it, we have a waiting list for every branch of government now, and that includes police and firemen. Nobody wanted to be a policeman. Now they want to be a policeman. Now they want to be in the Navy. They want to be in the Air Force so badly. The Marines, the Army, they want to be in all of it. They love Space Force. I love Space Force because I created Space Force. That was my thing. And it's going to turn out to be one of the most important. But 1 year ago,
why is that?
Our country was dead. We had a dead country. People say, sir, you shouldn't say that. It's too strong. It's withdrawal. We had a dead country, and today we have the hottest country anywhere in the world by far. 1 year, think of it. 1 year ago, we were dead.
It's true. It is true, though.
The king of Saudi Arabia said to me, President, 1 year ago, we thought we lost America. We thought it was a dead country, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that. I use this term. And I'm pleased to say that 2025 was the Navy's single best recruiting year ever. Not bad. So you went from those embarrassing headlines of a year ago. Think of it. Nobody wants to go into the Navy. How does that make you feel? Now you have a different problem. You know what the problem is? Everybody wants your job. I like that better, right? No, but nobody's going to take your job. You were with us when it was not as nice. It wasn't as nice. Those are the people I like the best, too. The people that were with me when it wasn't looking so good, like these ladies from North Carolina. They were with me when it wasn't looking that good. A lot of fake scandals were created, all fake. One of those eager new recruits is 18-year-old Aiden Rollins, a recruit like I'm so proud of. Aiden's father was a sailor, his grandfather was a sailor, and after 4 years of Navy ROTC, it is Aiden's turn to carry on that tradition. When he enlisted in April, his father, Daniel, a Navy veteran, was so inspired that he decided to re-enlist too. Wow. I'm delighted to say that father and son are here with us today representing the future of this great fleet. Please, Aiden and your father, please stand up. Wow. Wow, that's a good-looking family, I tell you. Thank you both. That's a great story. Beautiful. Your father looks pretty young, Aiden. I mean, he's a young-looking guy. Every sailor, aviator, submariner, and shipmate in the Navy inherits a tradition of excellence and daring, power and glory unmatched in the long saga of mankind's voyage on the sea. From that first ship, the schooner Hannah, to the awesome sight of a modern carrier battle group underway, the U.S. Navy has always been the iron will of a proud and mighty nation pushing forward through the currents and over those big, beautiful waves, through the spray of raging combat and the fog of naval war. America's sailors have proven time and again that our Navy does just the best job there is. Anything having to do with sailing the oceans, there's nobody to compete. We own the skies, we stalk the depths, and we rule the seas like nobody has ever ruled the seas. From Boston Harbor to Hampton Roads, from the Philippine Sea to the Red Sea, from the Guadalcanal to the vast, great Atlantic Ocean. Our sailors have seized triumph upon triumph. We don't know anything about defeat. We heaped honor upon honor and carved greatness and splendor into the pages of history. We only talk about the Navy and only use that word, splendor. We also say victory because that's the other. We have splendor and we have victory on gun decks and flight decks. In torpedo rooms and cockpits, they have poured out their blood, sweat, and tears and offered their very lives to defend this land between the seas. They have crossed icy canals, leapt from burning wreckage, plunged into frigid waters, soared into deadly skies, and slashed across the mine-infested bays to claim American victory and to defend the cause of liberty, to defend, quite frankly, the American flag. In every era and every part of this globe, our sailors have fought with courage in their hearts, patriotism in their souls, and salt water in their veins. You have that salt water. Don't let the doctors change it. Keep it, because there's nothing like it. There's no blood like it. And standing before all of you today, I know that whatever our nation is threatened and whenever they need help, whenever duty calls, American sailors will hoist our flag high and they will rally to Admiral Farragut's immortal battle cry, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead, go, you son of a gun." With your help, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. Because of you, our Navy and our country will always be proud and righteous and mighty and free. Congratulations once again on 250 years of total dominance. Sail fast. Stay strong. Thank you. God bless our sailors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
That was a pretty good speech, honestly. That was not a bad one. That was high energy. He was here today. You could tell he was in the zone. Yeah, no, it was. I need to mute the music. I hate to say it. I've got to mute the music, but that's okay. This is a visual experience at this point. That was a good speech. 250 years of the U.S. Navy. We had 250 years of the Army a couple months ago. It's a big year. It is a big year. It really is. We're going to have 250 years as a country. What is it, next year? A year and a half from now, something like that. Yep. A lot of big things happening. No, that was a good one. Okay, as far as Trump speeches go, that was probably a 9, honestly. I can be objective here. It was good. It was a good one. Well, thank you, everybody. What a great show today. I want to give one real quick reminder. If you guys enjoy the daily news updates, daily coverage, keeping track of all the crazy stuff that's going on every day, there's our First Lady. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Drop a like on the video. We're live on YouTube and Rumble right now. Subscribe, like. Really, that's all I ask. Very, very humble request. Thank you all very much for being here. I appreciate it. 250 years. He's got the new Trump hat. I've got the old Trump hat. It's a red hat day. Melania didn't get the memo, obviously. It's a red hat day. I bet this was super fun to attend. Who here has attended a Trump rally in person? Give me a number one in the chat. Was that a hockey puck? Please give him something. I don't know. I think it's a hockey puck. Someone just handed him. Be careful. I haven't. I wish I had. I should have at some point. I don't know. I was so busy with life. Who knows? I haven't done it. Maybe someday. Maybe someday I will. I guess it's not too late, huh? He still does them from time to time. I bet it's a great experience. Look at that. They're up there. They're up there doing the dance, the YMCA dance. All right. Well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, so we did not, as it would turn out, we did not get some massive bombshell crazy. Now, it was really just a celebratory event. We started the day off. It was a naval show of power. We had planes lifting off and taking off and shooting out rounds and dropping missiles and stuff. We had helicopters. We had drones. We were on top of an aircraft carrier. And then we segued over here and we heard Pete Hegseth. We heard the First Lady gave a little speech, and now it's Trump. That was one hell of a speech. I think that was a good one. But I think for me, guys, I listen, it's 2 p.m. I haven't had breakfast or lunch. I probably lost 5 pounds sitting here with you guys today. So I need to go have some emergency rations here. I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Things have been going so well. We're taking the country back. Thank you very much, every single person, for tuning in. All the likes, all the subscribers, all the rumblers, all the YouTubers, all of the super chatters, everybody. Thank you very much. It's not me, it's you. We have the #1 community in the world, as far as I'm concerned. Not me, because of you folks. So thank you, everybody. We will be back tomorrow. Mondays are always big news days. Always big news because things are kind of chilled on the weekend. They're iced out. Monday, we come back full steam ahead. We'll be here all day tomorrow covering everything. Thank you very much. Everybody have a great Sunday afternoon. Have a great Sunday evening. Sleep tight. Sleep tight. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Really, thank you. Much love. God bless everybody. Thank you for tuning in. I'll see you folks tomorrow. We're going to hit the ground running. And of course, as always, everybody stay safe. I think tomorrow we're going to have a lot to talk about, so come on back. Make sure to subscribe. We're coming back tomorrow. But until then, everybody, thank you very much. I have been your host, Matt Morris, and I'm signing off. Thank you very much.